Nyando Social Justice Center is a women-led social justice center which does a lot of human rights against women and children. Started way back in 2008 when Karen relocated back home from Nairobi. Then she formed a women support group in the village where she saw the need of supporting women who are being violated by their husbands. Some of them were sick of HIV and AIDS. So she decided to empower these women. So when she empowered these women and started a table banking in the village, which escalated to other villages in the whole of Nyando and Kisumu County. Once these women were empowered, they could lend in money from the table banking and start businesses. And it reached a point whereby these women now became champions. And the ones who had been violated started bringing cases for others who are also being violated in their villages.
And through that meetings that we normally held, we normally share our experience, we share our personal problems that we are facing at home, and then after end of it all, we find amicable solutions on how we can solve.
When I was referred to Nyando Social Justice Center, nilifanyiwa counseling and then niliwekwa kwa merry-go-round ambapo tulikuwa tunatoa 100 per week. So vile niligrow out of 100 ndio wakaniweka kwa table banking. Kwa table banking saving ilikuwa inaanza kwa 50 bob up to 500. So vile niliingia kwa hiyo, at least nilikuwa na peace kwa nyumba yangu. Juu sasa msee alikuwa sometimes anarudi, anapata nimenunua chakula, watoto nimewalipia hata pesa kidogo kidogo, ambapo ilifanya hata msee alinitop up pia pesa kwa business yangu. Out of that, saa hii mimi naweza somesa watoto wangu wawili wako colleges, watatu wako secondary, na pia kuna wawili wenye ninasaidia orphans wenye sio wangu.
So that is how it forced Karen now, because these women were so empowered to start a social justice center here, which is the Nyando Social Justice Center. And those women who had been empowered, she gave them the leeway to start social justice centers in their villages. At the moment, we have like 50, and most of them are women-led. The difference between Nyando Social Justice Centers and other organizations, the work we do is like pro bono. We are all volunteers, and we have a passion to do our work. We give referral pathways to victims who've been violated at 0 fee. And another thing which I can say is an innovation to us is that we are branded. We are well known. Everybody says if you go to Nyando Social Justice Center, you'll get assistance. The impact of Nyando Social Justice Center is so great that even a small boy in the village knows that there's a place called Nyando Social Justice Center, because we found cases whereby even young boys and girls, they come all the way from even Awasi to come and report that my father beat me up. My father has refused to pay for me school fees. So Nyando Social Justice Center has an impact which is well known in the whole of Kisumu County.
We've managed to rescue women who are facing violence, and take them back to their homes. We managed to retrieve the lands of widows who the in-laws have taken their lands away. Rescue watoto, like for example, tulirescue mtoto in a place known as Okana, where the uncle told the lady to achemshe chakula kwanza ndio apike ugali, and instead the girl did the opposite. So the uncle could take moto and then he inserts a knife and then she starts putting it on the private parts and all over. So when one of our colleagues saw it wise at the other end, we as women in Nyando Social Justice Center, together with our rescue team, we dug deep into our pockets, we resource mobilized, and then we found a little funds. We went there and rescued the girl. Through that, table banking and merry-go-round, where we save and we loan. Me personally, I'm in college year 1. I've managed to raise my own school fees, and I'm not finding hard to go to school. So the impact of Nyando social justice, people also believe we are police. They don't even trust the police themselves. They don't trust the chiefs. So instead, someone anatoka huko mashinani na kesi and they come directly to our office. And then you ask the person, have you gone to the police station? No, I saw it twice because I know you are also police on your own. And then we tell them, no, here with us, we follow something that is called referral pathway. So our impact is really felt in Nyando, and we are proud of that.
The challenges that we undergo as a social justice centers are many. One of them is we don't have finances for psychosocial support. At times, we really need to help somebody, but our hands are tied because we don't have the finances. Another challenge that we have is the police officers. Most of the time, they are not supportive. Our future plans is to grow, to have a lot of networks, to have a point where the police will embrace the work that we do so that we can work in peace and harmony and have a county where whatever we say or whatever we are doing is felt by the police and all the gatekeepers in the government.
I urge every Kenyan that is listening or watching my video anywhere, I urge you to vote Nyando Social Justice Center because we really believe in ourselves, we believe in the community, and we believe in the people that we serve. And justice is always our DNA.
The cases that we have followed in the whole country are the most, especially on GBV and SGBV. We are well known for that. And if you vote for us, we will work more and more to make sure that our children and our women are safe in this country. Thank you.
Law Global was born with the aim of informing people and enlightening the masses. As you can see, our tagline is enlightening the masses. It was born during the COVID time when there was lockdown, when there was little to do. It started off as an online platform, but in the 3 years that we have been in existence, we have been able to expand it into the boardrooms, into the barazas, and I'm very happy now that we are down in Kajiado among our very own people, and we're able to break down the law in ways that they can understand. Our team comes down, live with the people and have conversations and go to the groups and the churches and speak to people and say, oh, why is this happening to you? And then after I understand, we have now to break down legal content into palatable, simple Swahili that people can understand. For example, maybe in Nairobi, a lot of people would understand English, but down here, and we are blessed to be at the border, so most people speak Swahili. Our services have mostly been advisory, and mostly from people who attend our trainings or people who inform others, who say, I attended a training on child justice, and I think you can be helped. So this is a number that you can call. Our trainings, we don't charge for them. We get sometimes help from friends and supporters. And then we also give free advisory services. However, beyond the advice, if a client feels that now they need to maybe go to a court or start a legal process, then they're at liberty to instruct a lawyer. So that is a very separate service from what Cyro Law Global offers. First of all, what makes us different is that we are able to simplify information. Our content online is probably, it could be a little bit maybe stronger English words, but now on the ground we break down content to the simplest way possible, and that is what we would say we take pride in. I would say also consistency, that we do not always sit down and say, okay, and wait for a client to approach us. We are constantly thinking a step ahead. What is the information gap between the laws and the people? And then we try to deliver it. We have a YouTube page by the name Cyro Law Global. We shoot videos and we post it there. How we do it is that we find an area of law, for example, property acquisition, and then we break it down into small palatable episodes. Hello and welcome to Legal Basics with Cyro Law Global, and my name is Sian. Last week we wrapped up the series on intellectual property. I hope you're able to protect your ideas, and especially the ones for you. We also do trainings for groups. Sometimes we approach organizations and we say, we know you have this and this and this. Please let us come and also add our voice to your training. Sometimes from government agencies, sometimes from NGOs, and then sometimes from local organizations. The ways with which we train is most of our clips are in English, but down here we try to use the local languages, Kiswahili, some Kimasai, and then we use skits. We have found skits to be very helpful because skits are very memorable. Actually, when I walk on the street, people say, I remember that drama. So because there's people acting. During our presentations, we also try to do drawings. We don't have the technical capacity yet to do PowerPoints and stuff, so we usually draw. Yeah, and we have found it to be very helpful in terms of understanding our content. Impact tracking for our kind of business is not immediate. I would say for the online work is that we get a lot of writing, because we always give our emails and our contacts at the end of the programs. We get a lot of people writing to us and say, this is what I'm struggling with. This was helpful. Now what do I do next?
HAFs being an alternative a way of solving conflicts, and especially quenching the thirst of Article 159 of our Constitution, the Republic of Kenya, 2010. There are several mechanisms that we put in place and also innovations able to make sure the citizens access cosmopolitan justice is within cosmopolitan HAS being an alternative. Kajiado Cosmopolitan is within Kajiado County. HAS being an alternative, a way of solving conflicts, and especially quenching the thirst of Article 159 of our Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, 2010. There are several mechanisms that we put in place and also innovations to be able to make sure the citizens access to justice. In Cosmopolitan, I'm not working alone. We are a team of panelists who have been selected, people of integrity, and the people with past experience in solving conflicts. We've been having a lot of cases in courts that take forever. And actually many families are suffering because especially you find those who have no resources, they go through difficulties because those who have resources, those who can afford to hire lawyers, then they take advantage of those who are vulnerable. Currently, we are solving land cases whereby some of these land cases have been in court for a long time. We appreciate the county government of Kajiado because the place where we sit is a full chamber of the court where the citizens can access justice. They come here, they are not paying any single cent. They come here, we take a very short time. When they register their complaints, we are able to summon those other litigants to come and respond to the allegations. And the beauty with HAS is that at the end of the day, we reconcile the parties. We even pray for them and ask God, the Creator, to bless them as they go. So they go home relieved. They are finding it actually a place of refuge. Now, the good thing is this. They even go and tell the neighbors, oh, why waste the time going to the court? Why waste the time with all of this? In fact, there are those now who have gone to court to withdraw cases and they're requesting those cases to be brought to HAS because it is time-saving, it is cost-effective, and reconciliatory.
The issue that we have been having is about the land dispute. After we bought our second land, there was a dispute that came up, and immediately after we bought and it was transferred to us and we started developing, there came a person who started complaining that they own the land. So the case was on and we stopped developing, and it was not sorted. We continued looking for justice, but when we heard about the alternative court justice, and the case was heard, and at the moment we are doing well. The alternative court justice, it's free of charge. You don't pay anything, and it is also legitimate from the government, and it's fair.
This is a cosmopolitan area. And so cosmopolitan is a bit different from when you go deep to the village. Actually, inside the rural area of Kajiado, you find the elders can meet under a tree. But you see at the cosmopolitan, we have a premises, a chamber where we meet. But then because of our cooperation, at times we go to the chief's offices so that the people who are near there can access justice, because even cosmopolitan is also wide. So there is a time we make arrangements. If a case is in a certain area, we'll make arrangements with the area chief. Like recently we were in Ongacharongai, there was a case from Orekasasi, and one of the complainants is a very sick man. And we felt we cannot summon him to come all the way this side. So what do? We went to the chief's office, and the chief arranged everything for us and they gave us space. And we were able within one day, a case that has been in court For 7 years, actually, we were able to bring reconciliation, and they were very happy. This is our father and our daughter, you can imagine. And they hugged each other. Some of the innovations, they come through collaborations, which is very important. For example, I'm not an investigator, I'm a mediator. So if there is a case that has come before HAS and they need investigations, that's where we work very closely with the National Police Service through the DCI. They are able to give us some information which are very crucial. We also work very closely with the Register of Lands. There are some information that we want to know the history. For example, somebody can appear and say, you know, I bought this parcel of land. I've never gotten the title deed. The green card is not available. Now, it is difficult to ask the litigant, why is not the green card available? So you have to find out from the Registrar of Lands and also the surveyors as well. So that work, joint effort makes our work to stand out. And that's where now we are looking for people that we can partner with so that we can employ more innovations to be able to allow citizens to be served effectively. HAS, of course, being a very wonderful methodology of solving conflicts. There are challenges facing the HAS practitioners. One, you are not on a payroll. So resources is one of the challenges that we have. Actually, I must really applaud all the panelists of HAS because they really sacrifice a lot from their own pockets to ensure that the work continues. Number two, we have a big challenge whereby when it comes to documentation, stationaries, and even a cabinet to keep our files. So we have to ask somebody somewhere to help us to keep the files. So these are some of the challenges that we have, and it has not been easy. Having said part of the challenges, I look at HAS as a God-sent opportunity, especially to extend justice seekers to access justice easily. We look forward to looking for partners who support justice practitioners. And that's why we are telling people and making an appeal to vote for Bishop Dr. Henry Omai, the chairperson of the Cosmopolitan HAS in Kajiado. If we can solve land disputes and ensure equality, access to justice, then we have a very safe county, a peaceful county, and more so, economically, our nation will go far. And that's my appeal to every Kenyan, and I appreciate you all.
Peruno Global was born with the aim of informing people and enlightening the masses. As you can see, our tagline is enlightening the masses. It was born during the COVID time when there was lockdown, when there was little to do. It started off as an online platform, but in the 3 years that we have been in existence, we have been able to expand it into the boardrooms, into the barazas, and I'm very happy now that we are down in Kajiado among our very own people, and we're able to break down the law in ways that they can understand. Our team comes down, live with the people, have conversations, and go to the groups and the churches and speak to people and say, oh, why is this happening to you? And then after I understand, we have now to break down legal content into palatable, simple Swahili that people can understand. For example, maybe in Nairobi, a lot of people would understand English, but down here, and we are blessed to be at the border, so most people speak Swahili. Our services have mostly been advisory, and mostly from people who attend our training or people who inform others, who say, you know, I attended a training on child justice, And I think you can be helped. So this is a number that you can call. Yes, our trainings, we don't charge for them. We get sometimes help from friends and supporters. And then we also give free advisory services. However, beyond the advice, if a client feels that now they need to maybe go to a court or start a legal process, then they're at liberty to instruct a lawyer. So that is a very separate service from what Cyro Global offers. First of all, what makes us different is that we are able to simplify information. Our content online is probably, it could be a little bit maybe stronger English words, but now on the ground, we break down content to the simplest way possible. And that is what we would say we take pride in. I would say also consistency, that we do not always sit down and say, okay, and wait for a client to approach us. We are constantly thinking a step ahead. What is the information gap between the laws and the people? And then we try to deliver it. We have a YouTube page by the name Cyro Global. We shoot videos and we post it there. How we do it is that we find an area of law, for example, property acquisition. And then we break it down into small palatable episodes.
Hello and welcome to Legal Basics with Cyro Global, and my name is Sian. Last week, we wrapped up the series on intellectual property. I hope you're able to protect your ideas, and especially the ones for you.
We also do trainings for groups. Sometimes we approach organizations and we say, we know you have this and this and this. Please let us come and also add our voice to your training. Sometimes from government agencies, sometimes from NGOs, and then sometimes from local organizations. The ways with which we train is most of our clips are in English, but down here, we try to use the local languages, Kiswahili, some Kimasai, and then we use skits. We have found skits to be very helpful because skits are very memorable. Actually, when I walk on the street, people say, I remember that drama. So because there's people acting. During our presentations, we also try to do drawings. We don't have the technical capacity yet to do PowerPoints and stuff, so we usually draw. Yeah, and we have found it to be very helpful in terms of understanding our content. Impact tracking for our kind of business is not immediate. I would say for the online work is that we get a lot of writing because we always give our emails and our contacts at the end of the programs. We get a lot of people writing to us and say, this is what I'm struggling with. This was helpful. Now what do I do next? But now on the ground, the impact has been, first of all, that people know there's a place I can go to. In case I go to the chief and the chief doesn't help, and in case I go to the DO's office and I don't get help, there's a place I can go to. The first challenge is coverage, because to this day, I will meet a person who asks me a question that has been so well explained in a video, but they had no way of knowing it. So coverage has been number one problem on the online platform. Now, on the ground, some of the challenges have been sometimes language barrier. And then also because this is an interior part of Kenya. So even going for very interior trainings, you need an off-road car. You need maybe a place to sleep. So in that aspect, it's been very hard to get to the places that are out of the town. And probably I would also say that the other challenge has been to manage this and my main practice, because at the end of the day, I have to eat. So I still run a practice, and now there's this that is really giving back to the community. As you can see from the name, our future plans is to go global. We want to reach, the person who is at every corner of this world, and hopefully have a way to empower them in a legal education sense. But aside from that, we also want to really empower this community from the ground. When I was growing up, because this place was much, much greener, there was coffee. Loitoktok was the second producer of maize after Trans Nzoia. Today, Loitoktok is semi-desert because we've had a lot of people cut down trees. In fact, now we have a lot of climatic change groups here where we're planting a lot of trees, but still we're not able to take this back to what it was. and we have to find a way to stand in the gap economically. A vote for Syro Global is a vote for a project that can grow from this small town of Loitoktok into every single county in Kenya and even beyond Kenya, beyond East Africa, beyond Africa. We are willing to partner with groups, it doesn't matter where they are, organizations, to empower, and not just this community, but every other community, so long as we have the capacity, and our capacity will not be limited when you partner with us. So we can come to Kitui, we can come to Garissa, and we can also mentor other people with the same vision as us to do the same things in their community. So a vote for us is a vote for empowerment and a vote for change.
Nyando Social Justice Center is a women-led social justice center, which does a lot of human rights against women and children. Started way back in 2008, when Karen relocated back home from Nairobi. Then she formed a women support group in the village, where she saw the need of supporting women who are being violated by their husbands. Some of them were sick of HIV and AIDS. So she decided to empower these women. So when she empowered these women and started a table banking in the village, which escalated to other villages in the whole of Nyando and Kisumu County, once these women were empowered, they could lend in money from the table banking and start businesses. And it reached a point whereby these women now became champions. And the ones who had been violated started bringing cases for others who are also being violated in their villages.
And through that meetings that we normally held, we normally share our experience, we share our personal problems that we are facing at home, and then after end of it all, we find amicable solutions on how we can solve.
When I was referred to Nyando Social Justice Center, nilifanyiwa counseling and then niliwekwa kwa merry-go-round ambapo tulikuwa tunatoa 100 per week. So vile niligrow out of 100 ndio wakaniweka kwa table banking. Kwa table banking saving ilikuwa inaanza kwa 50 bob up to 500. So vile niliingia kwa hiyo, at least nilikuwa na peace kwa nyumba yangu. Juu sasa msee alikuwa sometimes anarudi, anapata nimenunua chakula, watoto nimewalipia hata pesa kidogo kidogo, ambapo ilifanya hata msee alinitopapia pesa kwa business yangu. Out of that, saa hii mimi naweza somesa watoto wangu wawili wako colleges, watatu wako secondary, na pia kuna wawili wenye ninasaidia funds wenye sio wangu.
So that is how it forced Karen now, because these women were so empowered, to start a social justice center here, which is the Nyando Social Justice Center. And those women who had been empowered, she gave them the leeway to start social justice centers in their villages. At the moment, we have like 50, and most of them are women-led. The difference between Nyando Social Justice Centers and other organizations, the work we do is like pro bono. We are all volunteers, and we have a passion to do our work. We give referral pathways to victims who've been violated at zero fee. And another thing which I can say is an innovation to us is that we are branded. We are well known. Everybody says if you go to Nyando Social Justice Center, you'll get assistance. The impact of Nyando Social Justice Center is so great that even a small boy in the village knows that there's a place called Nyando Social Justice Center, because we found cases whereby even young boys and girls They come all the way from even Awasi to come and report that my father beat me up. My father has refused to pay for me school fees. So Nyando Social Justice Center has an impact which is well known in the whole of Kisumu County.
We've managed to rescue women who are facing violence and take them back to their homes. We've managed to retrieve the lands of widows who the in-laws have taken their lands away. Rescue watoto, like for example, rescue mtoto in a place known as Okana, where the uncle told the lady to achemshe chakula kwanza ndio apike ugali, and instead the girl did the opposite. So the uncle could take moto and then he inserts a knife and then she starts putting it on the private parts and all over. So when one of our colleagues saw it twice at the other end, we as women in Nyando Social Justice Center, together with our rescue team, we dug deep into our pockets, we resource mobilized, and then we found a little funds. We went there and rescued the girl. Through that, table banking and the merry-go-round, where we save and we loan. Me personally, I'm in college year 1. I've managed to raise my own school fees, and I'm not finding hard to go to school. So the impact of Nyando Social Justice, people also believe we are police. They don't even trust the police themselves. They don't trust the chiefs. So instead, someone anatoka uko mashinani na kesi and they come directly to our office. And then you ask the person, have you gone to the police station? No, I saw it twice because I know you are also police on your own. And then we tell them, no, here with us, we follow something that is called referral pathway. So our impact is really felt in Nyando, and we are proud of that.
The challenges that we undergo as a social justice centers are many. One of them is we don't have finances for psychosocial support. At times we really need to help somebody, but our hands are tied because we don't have the finances. Another challenge that we have is the police officers. Most of the time, they are not supportive. Our future plans is to grow, to have a lot of networks, to have a point where the police will embrace the work that we do so that we can work in peace and harmony and have a county where whatever we say or whatever we are doing is felt by the police and all the gatekeepers in the government.
I urge every Kenyan that is listening or watching my video anywhere, I urge you to vote Nyando Social Justice Center because we really believe in ourselves, we believe in the community, and we believe in the people that we serve. And justice is always our DNA.
The cases that we have followed in the whole country are the most, especially on GBV and SGBV. We are well known for that. And if you vote for us, we will work more and more to make sure that our children and our women are safe in this country. Thank you.
The Dispute Resolution Hub. What this is, it's a body of mediators and anyone who practices ADR in pursuit of solutions outside of court. How it came to be was within the course of 2020, I think we agreed it was a mixed bag of good and bad in terms of blessings. the APR, that's when we found ourselves at the point of, should we continue to take cases? Do we have enough practitioners? And how now can we take this information to the public? So what we're trying to do is to bridge the gap between the professionals as well as those who don't have access to justice. So we began by offering our services as at normal rates. For example, given that we are working with professionals, but we quickly found that there was a deficit in terms of those who could afford these services. Yes, so then after that, we crafted pro bono mediations. How this works is we have to involve an element of technology, which is a laptop, or even if it's just having a phone, where you can have a conference call. So we have professionals who we ourselves have trained in online dispute resolution mechanisms. So for them, it's very easy to see how to do a mediation via Zoom or via Microsoft Teams. And in the event that someone is not in a position to do that, but they're in the locality of the particular mediation or professional that is there, we can actually give them the contact to now go to their offices and then have that mediation with them. We have managed to spread our net to various counties. That's how we found ourselves in Kwale. Because here we work with one Rashid Mbwiza, who's an advocate and a very good mediator.
Kufanya kazi kwangu na DR Hub, nimepata nafasi ama fursa ya kueleza mwananchi wa Kenya upatanishi ni nini haswa. Tumeweza kufikia wananchi ambao wanatafuta haki kupitia teknolojia ya kisasa, ambayo miongoni mwao kwanza ni emails, ambapo kupitia emails tunapata njia ya kuwasiliana na ule upande wa pili. Na yule ambaye amekuja kuleta malalamishi wa kwanza anapata fursa ya kufikia yule mwingine kupitia mtu ambaye haegemei upande wowote, ambaye ni mpatanishi. Inamjengea imani kwamba anaweza kupata suluhu, na kwamba huyu mtu aliyefanya hivi, alituita, ni mtu ambaye ako na uwezo na credibility ama tajriba ya kueleweka.
So when we're looking through cases and we're combing through those who have applied for mediation or even arbitration, we ask ourselves, if it's not in the localities, for example, in Nairobi, Machakos, if it's not in Kisumu, who is where we are, so that we can find a way to link them with the clients, because we cannot deny someone access to justice just because they're not in our preferred location. So that's how we found ourselves in Kwale. We partnered with the DR Hub, of course, and then with Rashid's organization, the Within Chamber, as well as the Kisani Social Justice Center. A lot of bodies on the ground that were actually able to talk to the people and tell them, hi, we're having a legal aid, please come and see how it can benefit you. And from there, we had an attendance of, I think, 50 plus people. And after that, the best thing is with having people on the ground who can connect in terms of language, in terms of, okay, where are you from? I recognize you from this place or from this service. It's very easy for them to also give you trust that you can actually provide the access to justice that they desperately require. The largest impact you can say is in terms of knowing that mediation is a thing. Yes, I think I began by saying that people don't know that you can not go to court. You can actually start with just having a normal conversation. As long as someone has been able to identify your interest, you can sit down and have a conversation and produce a solution. So all of these legal aid clinics that we've been having, the ones that even we hope to have in future, just going to the ground and finding out, who are you? What are you about? Do you know that this is a concept? How we meet the affordability is in terms of we offer both paid and pro bono services. And then in that pro bono, we offer hybrid. When we have paid clients, they're able to facilitate us with the monies that we need to further operations. But also for pro bono, there has to be a tech element involved. So the reason why we do as many trainings for our mediators as we can is so that we can show you how to use a laptop or a smartphone. And then because we have partners between, if we're talking, for example, our private partners within each county, also we have talks with the chiefs company in each county, so that if you have a problem, you can follow the chain of have the village elders help you, maybe not. And also we normally apply for grants of financial support from bodies that share our vision, because we recognize conflict is not an unending thing. So as we continue to grow, we can also have people that have the monies to also support us in furthering our vision. Our plans are basically growth in every way, form, and manner. One, we're able to grow the knowledge of the communities, because we find that mediation is not something that people actually know about. So once you make people understand that mediation is a thing that you can do and do successfully, what next? We can also empower other people who have the mediation certificate to also come and get cases from us, and then they can also grow themselves in the practice and training mediators as well to understand, how can I help you? I have the wealth of knowledge and I have an education. How can I myself impact the community? Within the course of our work as the Dispute Resolution Hub, we face two main challenges. One, people do not know that mediation is a solution. Ideally, you've been brought up in a society that runs to court the moment they have a problem. So everything else from just speaking with your village elders or with your chiefs it has somehow gone under the rug. And even when you present them with what is this mediation, you have to start from scratch explaining why. You have to start telling them why it actually works. The second one is actually funding. Because in as much as we have various partners across counties, we still haven't reached some regions like Northern Kenya, which is, to us who have a vision of achieving a conflict-competent society, we find it a problem because areas with most conflicts, why have we not penetrated there? We don't have the money. Okay, fine. How do we get the money? So even as a business, we're trying to see how best to reach the people where they are. But those are our two issues. The reason why you should vote for the Dispute Resolution Hub is because we have partners in various counties that instead of you coming to us, we can come to you. We deal heavily in primarily family mediations, and we recognize how wide a bracket that is. We have child support cases or child custody cases, spousal and marital cases. So instead of you coming all the way to where we are, because of the fact that we have a net of passionate individuals who believe in your cause, if you vote for us, we'll get more clients, we'll be able to get the word out more about mediation, and slowly but surely we'll be able to achieve a conflict-competent society for the better of not just one individual, but also as a united Kenya. Thank you.
Mediation Center is an organized group, basically a group of mediators. Majority of us are court accredited mediators. Some of us are not yet accredited, but we allow both accredited and non-accredited members so long as they are trained and certified as mediators. Our organization has two main things. One, to do mediation at all levels, from the courts, from the organizations, to the communities down there. We also make sure that we do awareness on mediation. We want everybody to be aware so that if you have a dispute, the first thing you think of is about mediation, because mediation is peaceful. Mediation, you unite the families more than litigation. Sometimes getting a advocate is not cheap. Our organization is different because we partner with local NGOs that does the same. We partner with government, and you can see now where we are situated. We are right in the judiciary premises, meaning they recognize what we do.
We teamed up with Kisumu Mediation Center and we went to the ground. We created what we were calling women's platforms, where women would only speak about their issues across the whole of Kisumu County. And then the mediation members of the team would then start creating calls and appointments afterwards on how they could be able to sort whatever challenges women have.
If you come to our regional office in Kisumu, fine. If you can't come, maybe you don't have bus fare, then you connect with our member who is very close to you. We have our mediators spread across the country and even the county.
We connect with mediation center in many ways, either online or through radio talks shows. When they talk, we reply through our phones. So the most important issues outside there are land issues, succession matters. That is the major problem. Even right now, I've built an office where people come, so that it is like a mediation center in quotes. So people have known that Kisumu Mediation Center is a good place to go for alternative justice system.
We have platform that we can do virtual sessions right from the way wherever somebody is. For those who are virtual, can manage virtual. We have our different court sessions in the county. We have Maseno law courts. We have Moroni. We have Nyando. Then Winam law courts. We have our tent labeled very well. We are located outside the courts. There are people being briefed on how court works, where you can get information. During that briefing, we also chip in there as mediators. After the court admission, I talk to them, we also tell them, okay, we are here. We also have our tents outside there. There's somebody who has just accompanied somebody in court. So these people get information like, yes, there is this other way. So they come to us, take them through what mediation all means. Then if it is something we can handle, then we handle there. Again, we also use a lot of Facebook to post anonymously the success stories of how somebody has benefited. So we really bring justice to the doorstep. In fact, we take the justice to the bedroom because you can handle it from wherever you are. We are changing the mindset from litigation to alternative dispute resolution. In a daily basis, every single day, we get at least 11 calls asking us, how do we access you?
We have been able to get as many as 40 women to then, from the community, to come and follow up their conversation, especially one particular woman who had been chased away for about 13 years. And she was coming back, her husband had died, she only had her 3 children. But we have slowly by slowly with the Kisumu mediation team, taking charge, had so many of these alternative dispute resolution meetings with a bigger family. And she has been given back her lands. And now we're trying to figure out how to get resources for her to be able to build. And so this center has been very good in strengthening the ADR process because we recognize that people don't want to go to court. It's expensive, it is long, it is tedious, it takes years, and it breaks families.
Our impact is big in terms of awareness, and we hope our courts to remain empty without anybody going to court if possible on the matters of that are not criminal. As you are aware, we are not dealing with the criminal matters at the leaders. And it is absolutely free. The major challenge is about, some people still believe that tukutane kotini, which is a mentality. We are still struggling with this so that we let them know that access to justice based on the justice seeker, not really about going to court buildings. So you can get to where you are. Another challenge we are facing is about finance. We also need to at least encourage our mediators to at least buy for them airtime. We also feel that our media has done a lot, and sometimes we feel guilty when they call us and don't pay anything. Kisumu Mediation Center, we want to reach, to widen our reach. Just from Kisumu, that's what we call it. We want people to realize that in Uganda, in Tanzania, we want to be training institutions to include ADR in their contracts with their suppliers, with their employees, so that whenever disputes occur, they go to mediation as option before they rush to court. We want to decongest the prisons through mediation. Fellow Kenyans, Kisumu Mediation Center should be voted in this. We are found next to you. So you choose where you want your case to be handled. Remember where we are coming from, the aspect of culture makes some people not to feel comfortable. We don't use the language of the court. Another reason why you should vote for us, we really focus on women. So we are linked to serious organizations like Maendeleo ya Wanawake that handle 80% of women issues. By voting for us, we will be helping more people who are voiceless and need their voice raised and they get listened.
Yes, to open for us with a word of prayer.
Stand up and we pray. I'm sure Joan has chosen me to pray because she does not want to offend different people who are indifferent. So now you're going to abide by my, yeah? Okay, Father, we pray. Father, we thank you for this meeting that we are going to have this morning. We lift up everything that is going to happen in this place. We pray that, Father, it glorifies your name. Let your name be exalted and glorified. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ruth. I think we will begin with introductions from all of us. We will begin as we are seated. I would like us to begin from that table. And as we proceed, we will wind up with our hosts. They will be the last people to introduce themselves. So let's just take it from the table. Tell us, your name and what institution or, you're affiliated to. And yeah, we can just take that briefly from everyone.
Hi, everyone. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, and probably stand so that we all stand so that we get to see you and remember you.
Hi, everyone. Noella is my name, Noella Opingo. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and I partner with Strathmore Law Clinic as a pro bono advocate. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Clara Atanga, and I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Esther Akuron. I work for the Strathmore Law School, specifically the Strathmore Law Clinic.
I would just like to suggest, I think when they say good morning, let's actually just say good morning back to them. Yeah.
I guess I'm the lab rat. So good morning, everyone. Yeah, it worked. So my name is Elvis Cosmos, an alumni affiliate with the Strathmore Law Clinic.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Nzomo. I work for the Strathmore Law Clinic.
Hi, good morning. I'm Christian Mutiga, and I am a law student and a member of the Strathmore Law Clinic.
Morning, everyone. My name is Ronnie Elizabeth. I'm a student at Friends School Keve Girls, daughter to Sam Uma, one of the participants. Thank you.
Welcome.
Morning. My name is Duncan. I'm here on behalf of Akon Kids International. As I also come in with Sam.
Good morning. I was shy, so I seek for the support from Ronnie. My name is Sam Oma. I'm one of the participants. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John Cynthia Okello. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I work in the Programs and Legal Department of the East Africa Law Society. I'm glad to be here with you all. My flight was also delayed. I just arrived this morning from Arusha. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mamati Chebosi. I am a lawyer at Mackenzie and Company Advocates, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alan Bills. I'm a senior associate at Mackenzie and Company.
Good morning. My name is Sian Sairo. I represent one of the finalists. I'm also an advocate of the High Court.
Good morning. My name is Ilga Wanza. I am currently at the Kenya School of Law and clearly the youngest here. Yeah, I'm a researcher with Barefoot Law. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Annette Bonuke. I was invited here by Barefoot Law. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Nyaboke. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya.
I'm also a certified professional mediator, and I'm here with AJS Kajiado. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. We say morning again as if we had a cup of tea. Good morning, everyone. My name is Josephine Cairo. I am one of the participants in this year's Justice Innovation Award. I work with an amazing team at the Dispute Resolution Hub, and it's an honor to be included in this. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wanjiro Motero. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, a legal consultant, and a very proud alumni of Strathmore Law School.
Good morning. Good morning, Collins.
Good morning.
Not colleagues. I said good morning, Collins. I'm tempted to say I'm an alumni of Strathmore. I'm actually telling my colleagues here, I wonder whether the lecturers have got students today or their people. My name is Lenson. I'm affiliated to two institutions. The first one is Legal Resources Foundation, and the second one is Haki Institute, which partnered with Barefoot, partly on this particular project. And a pleasure to see all of you.
God is good.
All the time.
At least I'm sure you are going to avoid. So my parents made a decision of calling me Fred Wanyoni. I work for Haki Institute under the radio department called Haki FM. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Judy Mora. I work under Haki Institute, Haki FM, Oasis of Justice. We partnered with Barefoot for this project. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
My name is Karen Wamboi Omanga. I am from Kisumu County. I am the convener Nyando Social Justice Center. I am one of the finalists here, and I'm looking forward to getting that award. Thank you. Nikoroho juu.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Jacqueline Atieno Uma. I am a beneficiary from Nyando Social Justice Center. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm an attention seeker. My name is Gertrude Lamunuto Rom. I work with Barefoot Law, but please call me Trudy. I'll respond faster, and it's not a mouthful. I work as the head of communications at Barefoot Law. I'm very happy to see every single one of you. You look amazing. The room looks lively, which is good on my side. Usually this crew does not get invited because it does not get to introduce themselves because they're at the back and the back end all the time. So I make it a point to always give them the microphone. So let's go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dana Rose Mwangi. I'm here with this crew. It's good to have you all.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Eric Munyoki. I am not an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, but it's an honor to be here with all of you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Marty Suka from Strathmore University. Thanks.
So these are the guys making sure the people online are enjoying the events happening in the room the same way that we are. Please do not forget my camera people as well.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nelson.
Good morning. Sorry for
we're standing up.
good morning. My apologies for having come late. I had an earlier meeting somewhere. My name is Job Mati. I do a lot, and part of what I do, I also engage with the Law Society of Kenya. I see my boss is here, so let me stop it at that. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Diana Kitsao. I'm working for MEWA and I represent it. Yes, I am a community paralegal officer.
I think Diana will get to tell us more later what MEWA is.
Good morning. My name is Alinda Shivan Muhwezi. I am a lawyer with Barefoot Law and I'll be repertorying the event. You're welcome.
Morning. I'm going to stand there soon, so I think I'll reserve that for when you invite.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Benbella Otanga. I'm a notary public, commissioner for oath, advocate of the High Court of Kenya.
Good morning. Maurice Kimuli, an advocate.
Thank you. I think Maurice will get to.
You are all blessed and highly favored of the Lord. Oh, that looks like church. Call me Bishop Dr. Henry Omai. I'm a justice practitioner. I'm a professional certified mediator, and I'm here to work together with you as a team. God is good.
Good morning. God is good. Collins Odhiambo is my name. I work for the Law Society of Kenya.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you all for the introductions. We now know each other. However, as we proceed, when probably we take a break and come back later, I would not want to see Strathmore together. You know, we want to mix up and know these Strathmore people. And I think we have two more people who came in while we were introducing ourselves, and we will hear from them.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Muteti. Once again, the Strathmore table. I'm a student at Strathmore Law School, 4th year. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aya Khan. I'm law school.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bellamy Nakide. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya.
Thank you for that. We will now proceed as our program outlines. I would like to welcome Michael Kwezira, who is the Director of Strategy and Partnerships at Barefoot Law. He will make some remarks, and then from there, he will welcome our next guest. Thank you.
Men in tech. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Kwizera, as has been said. I really tried to make sure that, because once I go into that, I would just run on until, and yet I have a small introduction to make. So, yeah, as John has said, I'm from Barefoot Law, and I'm here in the capacity as the representative of ED, who unfortunately couldn't be here, but the role I play at Barefoot Law is as the Director of Strategy and Partnerships. I also do concurrently development work as well. And it's an honor and a privilege to be here. I take this with so much gratitude that you could even honor us with your time and your presence. We do not take it for granted as an organization. We are pleased that you could spare your day, your time to be here with us. We thank you in every capacity that you're here in, whether it's our partners from Strathmore or from Haki Institute, who I know in the room, from, I don't know if Kenya Law are here, and whether you're here as an innovator, whether you're here as a participant, a lawyer, a curious mind, even the comms team. Thank you very much for your time and effort. This gratitude is not really because it's an easy segue into my conversation, but really because who are we that we are even here to convene a room of such a high caliber and of such, minds that are willing to be here. Barefoot Law is a non-profit organization that's been based in Uganda for 10 years. We started out a really tiny seed, as many startups are or non-profits are, with an idea. And the idea was, if you can make the law easy and available to the public, maybe, just maybe, that might help people get some form of justice. And that's all we were at the start. And fast forward 10 years, we're seated in a room in a country not of our original registration, convening exceptional minds and fantastic organizations to share with us and share with everybody what they know and what they have done. We're only conveners, if anything, nothing else in this space. So that's where the gratitude comes from, and I thank you. And you're here obviously because the space that you work in is in the justice space. In the access to justice frame, it's been said, worldwide, 5.1 billion people have faced a justice issue. I think there's a Hill survey that was done in 2017. Something million Kenyans, I don't know what it was, maybe 63% of Kenyans have faced a justice problem in their life. I think we did a survey in partnership with Strathmore University, 2021 or 22, I can't tell anymore. And the results were equally telling, how much, I think it was 58% of people who say that they're not confident in the judicial system. I won't say justice system. I don't get anything wrong. I'm not a heads up, so I just don't want to get the stamp wrong. But the point is, the size and magnitude of the justice problem that exists worldwide, countrywide, even in a small communities, it's enormous. No one man, no one organization, not even one government can make all of it go away, right? And for us, we think about the piece of the problem that we know, and which is people do not know their rights. People do not have the information that might help them to solve a justice need. That's just a piece of the problem as Barefoot Law. And our work was to say, how can we get this information into the hands of people who need it? We get it, we simplify it, we make it available across whatever platforms people have, whether it's digital, whether it's face-to-face in communities, speaking with women's groups. That's all we do. And our thesis is, if you can give people this information and they can take action to it, maybe they can transform their justice outcomes in a positive way. That's all we do. So we are essentially tech-enabled legal support. We get the law, we simplify it, we put it in the hands of those who need it. And it's been 10 years of that. In those 10 years, we operate in Uganda. We collaborate with amazing organizations across borders. In Kenya, we had the privilege of working with the Strathmore Law School. We recently began working with Kenyan National Council for Law Reporting. That's which has the mandate to make legal information available to the public. So we have a relationship with them where we're trying to understand how we can work together to make that legal information readily available to the public. And the whole goal is from where I started. It's more ordinary people can have legal information in their hands and what they can do with it. We're partnering also in other countries in Zambia. We're working also in Malawi to do the same thing, to find innovations and innovators who are trying to transform the justice outcomes of people. With this problem, a lot of the effort is seen as top-down. So government policy, government innovation, what can the big structures and institutions do to try and transform the justice outcomes of the landscape? oftentimes there's the rhetoric about we are looking for bottom-up approaches. We're looking for grassroots, innovators. But the glue between bottom-up and top-down is often lacking, right? We think it might be a good place to start by having a space where everybody bottom-up approaches, which is the firebrand grassroots organizations we're seeing, and top-down government institutions, whether it's the National Council for Law Reporting, whether it's the Law Society, whether it's the judiciary itself, can sit and speak to each other about the entire justice problem, the pieces of the problem that everyone is trying to fix, and what they can do together. So it's my hope and prayer that today, at the very least, we can all see the opportunity to collaborate, whether it's a grassroots organization that's here, whether it's a national institution or a much bigger, older organization. If we can collaborate and see that fire that can get more work, more innovation into the hands of the people who desperately need legal help, I think for us, our work will be done. That's the dream we have. We want to get to 50 million people across Africa before 2030 that can say confidently that, yeah, I got some help from someone like them. So not just us. It is why today is absolutely not about us. It is about the amazing organizations that we had a chance to meet. I think we put out a call in Kenya to find people who think they're doing innovative justice work, and 50 amazing organizations responded. It's been an amazing process that Ruth is going to take you through of where we came to, I think, the final 6 organizations that are going to be highlighted. And this is just but the iceberg. Right there at the top, there's a lot more out there. We don't even have the capacity to find these organizations. We just say, can we do something to find who is doing something innovative and highlight them? And hopefully, if by highlighting this, more people can see that innovation can be done, more organizations can collaborate, can meet, can mix and match their skills, and ultimately that the everyday person, the Mwananchi, can get some help in solving or resolving their justice issues. I think that's what we want to do. So it's my honor and pleasure to be here to hear from you, to learn from you. Our organization is based in Uganda. We're a nonprofit. This effort was graciously funded by the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation as one of our funding organizations. It's based in the US and does a lot of work here. I think they funded some of the partners in the room as well. It's not so much the work of the funder, it's so much of our idea, which is to dare to dream. I think if we could just all step out of our shells and try and do something new and find ways in which we can help the next person, I think there is hope for finding justice for everyone. It's a dream, but to dare is to dream. And with those few remarks, I'd like to close and let the floor go to the people who deserve it the most, which is our innovators. So hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Michael, for that presentation. We will, Michael said something about bottom-up, and you could wonder, is he affiliated to a certain, yeah. So we will move on to our next guest. We will have the LSK. They will make the formal opening of today's event. Today we have the Deputy Secretary who is our Deputy CEO at the LSK and in charge of Public Interest Directorate, Mr. Collins Harrison Othiambo, who is also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Let us put our hands together and welcome him. Karibu.
All protocols observed. I'll adopt what the previous speaker has actually said when he was starting his address. I'm not good with public address, but I'm a good speaker. More so when it comes to speaking in the pulpit. I preach once in a while, but that was when I was in high school, around 30 years ago. I've been introduced ably I'm not very good with giving speeches, but I'll have some few remarks to make regarding to access to justice. To start with, I would want to recognize the person who recognized me first, Lenson. We've worked with Lenson on matters of access to justice across the border. I think we had one great experience in Malawi that he doesn't forget. Normally when he sees me, he calls me Kanyagere. Kanyagere is a type of wildcat. When it goes on the spree, it doesn't have limits. But we were actually exercising our limits to enable certain group of people access justice that we found a bit unique, but we did it. So we learned how to greet when you were in Malawi. Mulibwanji. Is there anybody from Malawi here? Next time, please invite, because I've seen Malawi down here. I am an alumni of Makerere University, 201. I'm a founder member of the Makerere University Legal Aid Clinic, jointly with Justice Mayambala. I know she's now controversial. She probably is on her way out. I'm also a founder member of the LDC Legal Aid. We founded it with Theo Webale through the support of Ford Foundation. I've worked variously on matters access to justice. I worked with the Refugee Law Project at Makerere. That is Old Town. I was specifically dealing with the French-speaking refugees. I'm a bilingual. I speak about 20 languages. So when you get me speaking a language with someone else, don't say, but I thought he's from Kenya. Yeah, so it matters a lot if you want to be an innovator in terms of access to justice for you to be good with languages. My friends from Uganda, Mtegede, Kale. So you need to really be good with languages in order to access justice, because different people would actually do it. I've worked with LRF through an Amnesty International project where we created the African Human Rights Education Project. I oversaw West Africa, also specifically Senegal and Ivory Coast. That was courtesy to speaking French. Before I came and settled back to Kenya, where I worked with the government briefly as the corporate secretary for the Film Commission. As fate would have it, I came back to the Law Society of Kenya because that is the factory setting place. I've been there for the past 10 years, where I oversee public interest issues. That includes public interest legislations. I lobby Parliament, also public interest litigation, where we do public litigation. And I am an alumni of the Washington-based project by Father O'Brien. I don't know how many people have gone there. It might have been discontinued, the Lesaspin Center. I worked with the congressman who was the then senator for Wisconsin, eventually becoming the speaker to the Congress. I was there for around 4 months, just basically learning lobbying skills at the Washington, D.C. Eventually I retreated home. They say East-West home best. So access to justice in brief can take you to so many places. And it is something that you might begin thinking about as a career path when you are undertaking your legal studies to the students. Access to justice is primed under the Constitution of Kenya. If you look specifically at the section that deals with the Bills of Rights, it guarantees certain fundamental freedoms, and it also gives a pointer towards alternative justice, I mean a resolution that would also give platform to people who are not fully qualified as advocates to offer their back as the bridge through which other people can be able to access to justice. The Law Society of Kenya embraces access to justice because it basically forms the foundation for practice of law. I see one of my members that I've respected for a long time. In fact, when I got here, I'd actually wanted him to be the one to come and address you. Initially, I thought he was my senior. I had to counter check and I discovered I was admitted earlier before him, but the respect he has gotten, especially among the fraternity of lawyers, is the factor that he's given himself towards justice in the community. He'll be introduced formally much later. Without much ado, I officially declare that this session is formally open. I'm sorry for being late. I had a conflicting priority, but I'll run wherever I'm supposed to run, then come back. I'll want to have lunch with you. I'll want to interact with the most of the students from Strathmore so that I can learn more. I was wondering why I was seeing younger faces when I first got in. I didn't know that we had students. So it's an opportunity for you while you're still a student to learn and do much more. I didn't mention among other institutions that I created while I was in Kenya here. You remember CRADO? CRADO is now basically going down, but it is Access for Justice for Children. So among other things, you can be able to give yourself towards helping the community to realize justice. Thank you so much. God bless you. I'm a born again practicing Christian, meaning that I believe in repentance after sinning. All right, God bless you.
I think we're progressing well. Thank you so much, our Deputy CEO Collins. We're very happy to have you here and to have graced and opened this occasion. Now, I think we will move on swiftly. I will be calling our next speaker, and this is our keynote speaker. He will get to talk to you. I do not want to preempt him. I do not want to delve into the questions of, to attempt to introduce him, because as you have heard, in the legal fraternity, he speaks or stands for himself. So with no much ado, I would like to welcome Advocate Maurice Kimuli, who has been an advocate practicing for the last 15 years. Karibu sana, wakili. Let's welcome him with a better round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I like the things that have been said about me. As a young man studying law at the University of Nairobi, we were taught that reputation is what others say about you, not what you think about yourself. But if you've been around for quite some time, you also get to learn that there is a Nigerian writer called Chinua Achebe. It's actually called Chinwalomogu Achebe. And in Things Fall Apart, Chinua Achebe tells the story of a bird called, it's a bird, it's a lizard that jumped from the Iroko tree to the ground. The tragedy of addressing a meeting like this is that people don't clap when you mention somebody like Chinua Achebe. Where I was born and brought up, and among us, my age mates, a mere mention of Chinwalomogu Achebe would get people clapping and standing. But when you have young people whose association with literature is principally anchored on the TV, people like Chinua Achebe may not ring a bell. So Chinua Achebe tells the story of the lizard that jumped from the Iroko tree to the ground. And the Iroko tree is a very high tree in Nigeria. I ought to know because I've been there. So when it landed on the ground, the lizard looked around and there was no one clapping. And the writer said, the lizard clapped for itself. And so I always tell everybody who cares to listen French that if they don't pat you on the back, thump your chest and say, I have done it. This is why Safaricom invests billions of shillings in Kenya Commercial Bank and Coca-Cola. As sweet as Coca-Cola is, they invest billions of shillings in advertising to tell you how good they are. And you. And I like what Collins had done here this morning, telling us the things he has done, the places he has been to. Because this is your calling, to tell us who you are. And so when somebody stands here and says, I'm a nice guy, I naturally just like it. You know, when I was getting married many years ago, I left Ukambani to go and look for a bride in Bomet, in the Rift Valley. And it was far and we didn't have a lot of money. And my mother wondered, were there no good girls in Ukambani for you to take me so far away? Where will I get the money from? And I answered my mother very respectfully, because you know the Bible says, honor your parents. It's in Ephesians 6. I answered her with moderation, but with a measure of wisdom. Because if you've grown up in the village, you have village wisdom that is not familiar to city dwellers like you. So I told my mother that, you know, yes, I have looked around for a good girl. I've looked around for a good girl, and there are very many good girls here, because if you are politically inclined, you've got to be rubbish in your approbation, even when you don't think what you're saying is correct. You know, there are very good girls. Every time you see a woman, please tell her you are beautiful. You are beautiful. You will go very far. Whether they call it flirting, whatever they call it, please tell every woman next to you that, you know, you look good. You look good. You preemptively resolve a lot of disputes by just being lavish in your approbation. And so I told my mother, I have looked around and I have made attempts, because a man must make attempts. And a lot of you here have made attempts which have failed. And all of us made attempts in this area and we failed. I told my mother, you know, the kind of a son you really brought up, it's only a good man who marries in the village. You know, this is true. It's only a good man who will be accepted to marry nearby. And so, and my mother knew that I was a rabble rouser. And so she looked at me and said, you have a point. You have a point. So when you come from such a background, then friends, you understand that when Joanne attempted to introduce me earlier, I looked at her with eyes that threatened. Because for most of us, you want to be introduced by somebody you have had a sitting with, you have evaluated. You know, what are you going to say? And because we had not had that session with her, when she attempted to say who I was, I didn't know where she would go. And so I said, please don't do it now. I want to thank Barefoot for inviting me and for allocating 20 minutes, 15 minutes on the program. But when I arrived here and they looked at my physical disposition, somebody said you can do 20, because Waswahili wanasema mwenye nguvu mpishe. So I will say a few things. And I asked them to upload this poster here so that you can see what I will be talking about. But I thank Barefoot for thinking that we are suitable for something like this. And I am I am given to access to justice and ease of access to justice, and for choosing a name that resonates with most of us who grew up in the village. Barefoot, we went to school barefoot. I've always wondered why you chose a name like that and why you would have a meeting at the Radisson when you are called Barefoot and speaking to shoe-wearing, toothbrushing city dwellers. It's our time to shine, friends, those who went to school barefoot. I want to say a few things about access to justice in very few minutes. And, I have previously flown all the way to Nigeria to deliver a talk in 30 minutes. And you land in Lagos and you fly into the interior to deliver a talk for 30 minutes. And I've also gone to the United Nations to deliver a talk for a session that lasts only 5 minutes. Of course, they will lie to you that you are important when they tell you now we'll go for breakout sessions so that you can feel that your presence there and the cost you've incurred traveling to New York has been compensated. So 20 minutes, now 10, is enough for me to tell you that access to justice is an imperative, not just under the Kenya Constitution, but also internationally. And you will be surprised at the amount of paperwork that has been done on access to justice. Countries that meet in a bid to protect their citizens, to agree on a common code. One of the fundamental questions that have been raised, and if you read the International Convention on Access to Justice 1980, you will know that countries are concerned about access to justice. And not just at the level of international relations, countries are also concerned about access to justice through their municipal legislation, which normally, in most of our Commonwealth jurisdictions, begin with the Constitution. And I know this is true for Kenya, it is true for Uganda, it is true for Malawi, it is true for most other countries that espouse the principles of freedom and human rights. And therefore, anytime anybody busies himself or herself with a question of easing access to justice, and particularly through innovative means, all of us should applaud such initiatives. Justice cuts both ways. It's justice served. And you look at Article 48 in our Kenya Constitution, the responsibility to ensure that justice is accessible is given to the state. It's a fundamental responsibility. And justice ought to have certain characteristics. And one of them, it should be accessible. And it should also be accessibility means that you can actually afford it. When I was a young man, I was invited by my boss. I was a pupil. Young lawyers are called pupils here. Welcome to the club. It's a long journey, but bio za sakafuni uishia ukingoni. We used to go for lunch in certain, nice places, This is what lawyers do, You don't want to look like you are normal and ordinary. Please, when I have 5 minutes remaining, please just do this. Make sure that you catch my eye so that I can stop this ramble. But I'll tell you a few stories before I finish. And so my boss would take us to Japanese restaurants, Chinese restaurants. I still take my family to those restaurants today because habits take long to die. And so one day he put me to the test and he asked me to go. I said, we spend so much money because I was coming from a poor background. We spend too much money for lunch. I can show you a place where we can have lunch. I used to go to bus station. But then I thought, because this was a highly profiled gathering, I would take them to a place near Afia Center. And so I told him they have very cheap food. And he looked at me. He said, what did you say? I said, they have cheap food. So he said, no. Is the food cheap or is it affordable? And for a moment, I realized that some of the things we consider ordinary in our normal lingo, interactive lingo, we could actually be firing wide. Is the food cheap or is it affordable? So our constitution, when it talks about access to justice, says that it should not be too costly, because once it is too costly, that high cost is an element of deterrence when it comes to access to justice. And so that is the thread that runs through not just the Kenya constitution, but constitutions in a number of jurisdictions. And the other thing I want to disabuse ourselves of is justice is not just to the person who has been wronged. Justice is also served upon the perpetrator. This is the point at which you say amen. I mean, your association with the church must occasionally be given vent. This is, and we wrong you if we don't give you an opportunity to demonstrate your religious inclinations. The person who is the perpetrator must also access justice. Even the Bible says that a time comes when you are called upon to pay for transgressions. And we usually say that we would take people to court, but courts do not resolve disputes. Most of the times, you will leave a court of law with one person feeling disgruntled. You get me? So courts decide disputes, but they rarely resolve the dispute. And so it then falls upon us to ask ourselves, are there other innovative ways of resolving disputes and administering justice in a manner that leaves a measure of harmony and convergence between those who are fighting? And the Kenya Constitution in Article 159, 2C, lists a number of ways you can use to access justice and to administer justice and to resolve disputes. And believe it or not, one of the ways stated is reconciliation. Reconciliation presupposes an agreement after engagement, so that when you walk away, you are actually friends. There's a handshake. You know that? There's a handshake. And any engagement that begins with disputants fighting each other and ends with disputants shaking hands is an innovative way of delivering justice to both parties. And so it lists a number of options available, so that then we take ourselves away from the notion that justice can only be delivered in court. And this is particularly our Kenya 2010 Constitution was fairly innovative, in the sense that when we promulgated that Constitution, Article 48, we talked about access to justice. We did not talk about access to courts. And this is where we must draw a critical line. We do not talk about access to the courts. And if you think for a moment that justice is only justice if it is delivered by the courts, then you are wrong. The constitutional imperative is access to justice, not access to the courts. And the judiciary is under a duty to then promote alternative modes of access. And I dare add, because today these people are going to give us lunch, I must then use their lingo. I must continuously use their lingo in my delivery, so that then I get onto the merit list. So I'm talking about access to innovative ways, innovative ways of this, so that because if you do not do that, then you very quickly be found out when lunch is being served. You may not get a meal card. So then it calls for innovation. And our constitution, just like many other constitutions, and I think in 5 minutes I'll finish. In 5 minutes I'll finish. Look, I'll finish in 5 minutes, I tell you. I was supposed to make a few remarks. Our constitution states these alternative means of access to justice in broad terms, so that it gives you an opportunity for you to engage with the question of reconciliation and even to do a thesis at the master's and the PhD level. You know, that people who are doing PhDs on access to justice, on the question of traditional dispute resolution methods. And you can study that at the master's level. You can study that at the PhD level, and you can defend a PhD thesis on traditional access to justice in broad terms. The Constitution gives you a blank check. And the Constitution says that access to justice, this is Article 159, will not be impeded by technicalities of procedure, which then means that even if you are not trained in law formally, you can innovatively deliver justice. And friends, it's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere. Not just where we are. As we sit here, let me surprise you. For those who do not believe until you see, there's a man in the Bible. I can take you, but I can tell you without a shadow of doubt that as we sit here, the courts are sitting, but disputes are being resolved and justice is being served in 1,000,001 places. If you are a doubting Thomas, I have all the time today to go with you, and we count from number 1 to 1,000,001, where people are delivering justice. And so, when I see what Barefoot is doing, I am reminded of what the judiciary and the Law Society of Kenya is doing. By the way, I sit in the National Steering Committee on Alternative Justice, and I represent the Law Society of Kenya. So when Collins says that the Law Society of Kenya is innate, I can tell you they are innate resolutely. We support resolution of disputes in a manner that is accessible. We support access to justice. And finally, the challenge we face is a challenge of inertia. And whatever you do, Barefoot, you need to remember that as you get innovative, as you get creative, there is an aspect of inertia, there is an aspect of resistance to change that runs through our fabric and psyche, not because we are innately bad people, but because we are just structured that way. And even I've seen those who are delivering justice innovatively, using the phones, using the, media, online just delivery. Those innovative ways of delivering justice are a manifestation that the future is here with us. And those who resist this change do not have long. When Corona came, and we thank God for Corona, they used to say in England that every cloud has a silver lining. We thought we were going to die because of Corona, and Corona came, Corona left, but left us better in terms of access to justice. But a number of us resisted this imposed change. And a number of us still believe that you cannot deliver justice innovatively. And a number of us still believe that justice can only be served in court. And a number of us believe that if a dispute is resolved by elders, this is a kangaroo court. If a dispute is resolved by your pastor or your padre, this is not justice delivered. Now, I came today, if there is anyone like that, because I know they didn't come today, they declined our invitation. If there is anybody like that, who made it here, I just came to tell you that justice is justice, whichever way it is delivered. It only has to meet certain basic minimums. And those basic minimums, for those of us who are Kenyans, are stated at Article 159. Justice must look like justice. Justice must take all the elements so that even as you get innovative, you cannot get innovative to this level where justice loses its beautiful luster and shine. You understand me? So that if there is an element of delivery of justice, then it has to accord with the basic principles of human rights. And I know you understand what that means. And then for the rest of us, we are not going to resist. You know, whatever we do not understand, we vilify and resist. And then we also want to transpose our perceptions, inclinations, and philosophical underpinnings, and to make them the code that should run through everybody else's life. Or they say, if it is not the court, it's either the court or nothing. Let me remind you this. This is 30 seconds and I'm finishing. Let me remind you this. Up to 1965, in most of the jurisdictions, we were accessing justice through what we called African courts. Did you hear what I said? African courts. African courts were not manned or womaned. Let me use this properly because I have 3 children and I would not want to be scourged for leaving out women. So African courts were manned and womaned by men and women who were not necessarily trained in law. That is number one. Number two, just a while ago, our courts used to have what we called lay magistrates, people who never went to law school, but they were running our courts, delivering justice and jailing people for many, many years. You hear that? And so what I'm saying is this, and every time I train judicial officers, I tell them this, and lawyers, I tell them this. If today we got out there, got twigs, and joined a demonstration and saying we will not go to court, we will not sit, we will not, I can tell you this, justice will continue to be delivered. You hear that? Justice will continue to be delivered. So, friends, let us accept the change that has come to be with us. And the fact that you don't like it or you don't see it that way doesn't mean that somebody shouldn't see it that way. It's just the same way. A while ago, I woke up and I wore a discordant pair of socks. And as I was leaving, my little daughter looked at me and laughed out loud, said, "You got the wrong one." I said, "What is it?" I looked at it, was one sock, didn't look like the other. But you know, there are people who will vilify you and laugh you out of town because you wore a discordant pair of socks without realizing that a discordant pair of socks is just an expression of your sartorial preferences. I mean, it's mix and match. Mix and match is an expression of sartorial freedom, you know that? I mean, you can wear a red tie, you can wear a yellow, you can break your blazer with your trouser. I mean, if you want to wear one blue shoe and one black shoe, it's an expression of your sartorial independence. Please, don't make it look like the shoes must match. If the socks do not match, it's an expression of my sartorial independence. Please, it's fashion. If the trouser cannot look like the blazer, it's an expression of freedom. Thank you very much, friends. You heard me.
Wow, wow, wow. I think let's give it another round of applause. I think that delivery was excellent. You know, it's the perfect introduction for what we are doing today. Thank you very much, Mr. Morris Kimuli. Now, Yes, we will now have tea, but then because we have, of course, run short of time, I think we will have a working tea. And so I would suggest that, we go serve and then just come back in here. And then we will, at that point, move on, to the next presentations. When we come back, we will be getting back to the presentations by our finalists. So let them be ready, let them brace themselves. We are excited and looking forward to hearing from you. So thank you. So let's just do this quickly and come back in. Thank you. Yeah, tea is out to your left. Yes. Let's serve, and when I'm saying this, let's get up and go. There are no formalities, no protocols. Let's all head there. Thank you.
Muslim Education and Welfare Association. Ni shirika ambalo linahudumia waraibu. Waraibu ni watu ambao wanatumia madawa kulevya kama vile heroin. Sasa tunahudumia upande wa afya na pia haki ya kisheria, kujua sheria zao, haki zao kama wananchi wa kawaida. Sisi huwa tunaenda zile maeneo ni mahali ambapo huwa wanatumia hizo madawa ya kulevya kama hiyo heroin, kwa sababu wakikosa huwa wanaumia sana. So huwa tunaenda pale kuelezea hizo haki zao, kwa sababu pia huwa hushikwa. So huwa tunawasiliana na polisi pia. Kwa mfano huwa tunatembelea polisi. Muslim Education and Welfare Association ni shirika ambalo linahudumia waraibu. Waraibu ni watu ambao wanatumia madawa kulevya kama vile heroin. Sasa tunahudumia upande wa afya na pia haki ya kisheria, kujua sheria zao, haki zao kama wananchi wa kawaida. Sisi huwa tunaenda zile maeneo ni mahali ambapo huwa wanatumia hizo madawa ya kulevya kama hiyo heroin, kwa sababu wakikosa huwa wanaumia sana. So huwa tunaenda pale kuelezea hizo haki zao, kwa sababu pia huwa hushikwa. So huwa tunawasiliana na polisi pia. Kwa mfano huwa tunatembelea polisi, tunaeleza kwamba hawa ni watu ambao wamegonjeka, unaona. So wakiwa nao pia wanaweza kuarifa hapa kwetu. So tumepata watu kadhaa pia wao wanakuarifa na polisi hapa. Na pia hao polisi wenyewe kuna watu ambao pia wao wanatumia mihadarati kama vile alcohol, unaona. Sisi huwa tunawasaidia hapa, unaona. Tunaenda pia kituo cha kotini pale huwa wao waraibu huwa wanashikwa. So tukienda pale huwa tunawasaidia kwa upande ule wa kuwapeleka kwa methadone clinic. Tunaenda pia probation officer, huwa tuna socialize nao wao, kwa sababu wale pia huwa waleta kwetu. Kuna watu wanaleta kwetu hao ambao wanatumia madawa kulevya, wao pia wanaleta hapa kwetu ili tuwasaidia upande wa kuwa wao recover, yani waache madawa ya kulevya kama watu wa kawaida. Sisi sana sana huwa tunaenda kotini, na kotini sisi ndo tulifanya pale, wakaona ule umuhimu wa kuwa kuna haja ya kufunguliwa methadone pale. Medical assisted therapy ni substitute ya heroin ambayo inakuwa allowed by the government, kuwa watu hawa ambao waraibu ambao wanatumia heroin wapewe, unaona, wasitumie ile, badala ya kutumia heroin watumie hiyo methadone. Kuhusiana na haki na sheria, huwa kuna zile hawa huwa wanachukuliwa tu kwa sababu wengine walikuwa ni hizi arbitrary arrest, wanashikwa tu kiholela kwa sababu wamekosa ID. Unaona, wengine wanashikwa kwa sababu ya maeneo.
Nimekuwa mteja mnyama uraibu, kashikwa maeneo kule na mapolisi, kapelekwa ndani. Nimekaa hapo baada ya watu wamewa kusaidia, hatuna vibali na nini, kakaa kule wakatusaidia wakatutoa. Pia naendelea kunisaidia sana. Pia nashukuru mewa na Mwenyezi Mungu. Nafurahika sana pia kama hivi.
I've been here in Mewa for about 1 year now. I came here when my husband died. I was so desperate because I was a drug user and I was active. Even my husband was a drug user. I don't have any family in Mombasa. My family is in Meru. I have to choose my drugs so that I can continue to live. And the same time, I have to raise my kids. And I don't have any support. I was alone. Many people, they took my children first before they took me. I refused to go because I did not know what is Mewa and who is the Mewa people. Because I don't want to live anymore. Because I have to live for what? His husband died. And then he is the only one I knew in Mombasa. I did not know anyone else. Singefanya lolote, mimi ninatumia uraibu, nahitaji kupata ule uraibu, nahitaji kuishi, watoto wangu wanahitaji kula, nahitaji kulipa ile nyumba, sina mtu wa kunilipia. Ndio hapo saa watu wa Mewa walikuja pale nyumbani, wakaniongelesha. Na pia pale maeneo nilijikuta nishafika maeneo mimi sijui kutafuta ile uraibu, but because bwanangu ndiye alikuwa ananisupport kwa kila kitu. So sasa ile wakati watu wa Mewa walikuja, nilikuwa sina ID bado. Nilikuwa hata sishughuliki na ID kwa sababu maisha yangu but wakati walikuja akanielezea, akakuja akanichukua, ndio nikajipata niko Mewa. Ndio nikapata I have the second thing like say naweza focus, nikajua I'm a mother, I have to raise my kids. Sitaki kujua nini imetokea, but now I'm a mother. Ona, nahitaji kusupport watoto wangu. Kama sisi hapa watu wapata activity kama ni nguo, wataka kuchuliwa pesa, wataka kufanywa nini. Sasa mimi unaweza pata wakati hauna ID, mimi nitabidi nitumie ID ya mtu mwingine, labda kwa line ya simu ya mtu mwingine, na ile simu ule mtu huwezi muamini, mwingine anakudhurumu, maana yake anajua siko kwa nini yake. But wakati nilikuja Mewa ndio nilipata my first ID. Mimi nashukuru wakati nilipata ID yangu, niko na line yangu mimi mwenyewe. Hata naweza sasa siwezi dhurumika na mtu, maana yake nitatoa pesa yangu.
Mewa imesaidia kutoa hawa watu kwa uraibu. Unaona, waje back to the community. Tumefanya family reintegration, kama vile kuna sisi tukienda prison, kuna mwingine ambao nilimrudisha kwa familia yake na nikamsaidia pia akapata ID. Sasa hii amepata nafasi ya kwenda Warabuni. So Mewa inasaidia kumfanya ule mraibu arudi kwa community. Challenges ni kwamba changamoto kama vile hawa watu wakipigwa, kama vile ile
invite Madam Ruth Chigozi, who is also the lead researcher of Barefoot Law, and welcome her to take us through this next step. Let us welcome her with a round of applause. Thank you. Ruth, karibu.
Thank you so much, Joan. My role here is very simple. I'm going to invite some of the people who do these innovations that we want to understand and know. And we are going to give them a few minutes for them to talk about what they do. For us to understand what are they up to, where is the innovation going, what is it about, how does it impact the people? Yeah. Anyone excited about that? At least I'm sure all of you want to know what kind of innovations are out there. So we are going to give every speaker 5 minutes. No, 10 minutes. We are going to give every speaker 10 minutes. So when I invite you, I will give you 10 minutes. You talk about your innovation, okay? Give us detail of how it works. You do all this in 10 minutes. So it's like you're giving a pitch, 10 minutes, okay? Not more. If you go to 20, I'll come and like kind of stand with you to encourage you to finish up quickly. Yeah. Okay, so I'm sure all of us are in the room. Please join me to welcome our first presenter. And this person is from the Dispute Resolution Hub. Do we have the representative for, oh yeah, please clap for the lady. She's going to talk about whatever they do in Dispute Resolution Hub. You're welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's still good morning. Very good. Good morning, everyone. Hi. I am not Assunta Ndami as per your programs, but I am representing her. Unfortunately, she was bereaved yesterday, so she was unable to come through. My name is Josephine Cairo, and I work at the Dispute Resolution Hub with Assunta. I am something called the Case Development Officer, which means when we get cases or we screen them, for example, if it's mediation, we need to ascertain exactly what kind it is. Is it commercial? Is it family? Is it community? Then based off of the 138 professionals that we have, we now decide who amongst them is best placed to solve it. Because also what we are trying to do, in as much as we are a body that joins professionals together to try and attain a conflict competent society through mediation and ADR as a whole, we'd also like to make it make sense for you as a professional. Yeah. So a brief background is I think my senior previously was speaking, cited that 2020 was like a mixed bags of blessings. There was a COVID, but the goodness is it actually brought ADR to light. Because now that we cannot see each other physically, that does not now mean justice and the pursuit thereof stops. Yes. So we took advantage of the fact that we have professionals and we have technology as an assistant. So what we have been doing is we've been trying to encourage the clients that we get to pursue mediation through the internet sources. So what this would mean is, for example, we have paid mediations, but then we also have pro bono. So the pro bono method, what you use is now your Zoom, your Microsoft Teams, any online platform to connect people. So you've also had mediators in Nairobi solve problems in Kitale, Kwale, Kisumu, Mombasa, which has also helped get the message out there that mediation works, because we also recognize that civic education is a very serious problem. In as much as we have been built in a society that understands that chiefs, village elders, council of elders, those are people to go to solve your problems, people don't think it works. That's why people have the de facto reaction to go to court whenever they have a problem. So that's what we have been doing. And so far we have, I mentioned we have 138 mediators as at now. And the innovation part, what makes us unique is that pro bono aspect that has to be technological. So the goodness is what we have done is, if you have a problem, we normally put out your Facebook ads, walk-in clients, referrals, all of them, we sit down and discuss exactly what is your problem. Then we find a way to train the professional that is handling your matter in online dispute resolution. It's a course that you normally give that is annual, because we recognize that one, mediators don't actually know how to work with one another. Each and every person in this room most likely will be well versed in how to work as an individual, but you do not know how to work with someone else in solving a problem. So we have co-mediation trainings for the professionals as well as ODR. For example, what happens if the network fails? Okay, we give a communication stipend to buy you credit to continue having a conference call to at least start the process of resolving this dispute. So aside from that, I find that it's an honor to be part of this forum because we recognize that one, family is the basic unit of the society itself, which is why primarily we focus on family mediations. If you look at the backlog that was there even from 2020 up until now, an estimated 33% or actually more is family mediations. So we are talking of child custody, spousal related, even domestic violence, although I think all of us can agree that gets to a point where that cannot be solved by just speaking, but talking and finding a way to unpack these interests that are at the very baseline of the dispute is highly, highly important. So aside from that, I think that's actually basically it, given that I have been encouraged to talk about what we do. And how we found out about Barefoot is we were working with Hill at one point last year, and it just came to our attention that the vision that Barefoot has to attain 50 million people who have had access to justice by 2030 is something that we feel we can contribute towards, as well as something that cannot be ignored. I find that even for those of us who are finalists, even if it's something we're competing for, that cooperation is more important than competition, because this is a view that we're trying to pursue and do our best to attain. So what we do, or what I guess makes us unique, is banking on mediation. It's cost effective. We are encouraged by our senior to divest ourselves of the word cheap. So we will use cost effective and affordable, and also it saves relationships. I think within my process of trying to become an advocate, I met a file that's my height from a case that's in 1970. And for me, something that has not been solved by 3 generations does not make any sense. And I found it interesting that we just had a mediation with them, and then in 6 months it was solved, which I find highly, highly impressive. Yes. So the fact that we get to save relationships, we get to save time, because all of us, or majority of us, are advocates here. We know how arduous court process can be, as well as the fact that it is not expensive and it does not make an irreparable hole in your pocket helps us quite a bit. So we are based in Nairobi, but what we do is, because one, it doesn't make financial sense to open an office in every other county, and two, we are trying to empower both clients and professionals, is we work with grassroots organizations that are our members that have their own practices. So for example, how we found ourselves in Kwale, when we were having the very good interview with Joanne and Trudy and her team, is we have people who work in Kwale who can now help us deliver legal aid clinics, as well as just talking to people on the ground. So for example, this year we had a legal aid clinic in Langata. Last year we had it in Kwale, where we're working with people like the Win-Win Chamber, which is based in Kwale, and also the Kisauni Justice Social Justice Center. So being able to empower one another, as well as partner in the pursuit of one unified thing, has helped us quite a bit, because the more people we draw in with our vision, the more people we work with, and the more people we help resolve their problems, the more we get closer to our goal of attaining a conflict-competent society, as well as inspiring hope through dispute resolution. So I think that's just about it for now. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm going to request you to actually come and take up a seat at the podium. Thereafter, you guys write the questions. Ask them, what have you not understood? She said all sorts of things. I was trying to really pick, but I didn't pick some of them very well. Is it because of the accent? I'm not sure. But write those questions. Write those questions. We'll ask them. We'll have a minute or 2 for that. Now, please join me to invite our representative from Cyro Law Global. Please clap for her as she comes here. You're very welcome, ma'am.
All protocols observed. Good morning. How are you? I realize that we have people from the 3 original countries of East Africa. That's Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. There's a lady from Arusha. Are you Tanzanian? Oh, okay. They said that we will finally find unity in the East African community if Kenyans learn Kiswahili. So no. If Ugandans learn Kiswahili, if Tanzanians learn English, and if Kenyans learn manners. So seeing that the room is full of, it has more Kenyans than any other people, I think we have a lot of manners to learn. Name is Sian Rape Cyro. I'm the founder of Cyro Law Global. Cyro Law Global turned 3 on the 1st of August of this year. So let's happy birthday. So Cyro Law Global is still a baby. Cyro Law Global was born during the COVID time when all of us were suddenly realizing that our spouses have a pimple here, spending too much time in the house, nowhere to go, realizing that you have very few pajamas, that you don't have jeans, you've been wearing suits, when life changed on us suddenly. So when life changed on me suddenly, I was stuck in a different country. I couldn't travel home. Airlines were closed. I had something I was doing. I couldn't do it anymore. So I was in this space. My mind was starting to rebel. We were getting very worried. We didn't know how far this COVID thing would go. And I sat with myself and I said, okay, if I can't go to work, if I can't go to school, what can I do for the society as it is today? And then I said, well, I like training. But how am I going to get to that person in Kenya who is not here? So I asked my friends, let me ask you, what is the gap? If you're not a lawyer, what is the gap? And most of my friends said, first of all, we don't know many lawyers. In fact, it is very easy to assume if you're in the legal space that there's a lot of lawyers. But if you're not a lawyer, non-lawyers know very few lawyers. And now in the village, it's even worse. So if you're in Nairobi and you go to church and you go to the club and you go to a social place, chances are you know a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, an accountant. But if you live in the village, the chances that you know a lawyer's office or a person with any kind of legal knowledge is very small. So that is how Cyro Law Global was born. It started first on the online platform. We started by asking people, what do you struggle with the most in terms of legal concepts? And our very first series was on property acquisition, on the small things, on simplified small things. If I want property, how do I go about my due diligence? If there's an agreement, what clauses should I pay attention to? And really, I don't know whether the advocates who practiced for more than 10 years here, I don't know whether they've seen the great disconnect even between a sale agreement that is done in the city with a sale agreement that is done in the village. In fact, in the village, they will say, John sells this property to Peter for 2 million, and that's it. A sale agreement is very short. And the issues that can come from that are very massive because they don't go into the details. So that is how it was born. It spotted a gap between the law and the people that the law is supposed to serve. So think about it. All our members of parliament, how many are they? Do you know how many members of parliament we have? Yes? Sorry? 350. Can you imagine the rough wage bill around having 350 parliamentarians? Just a random guess. Random guess. Sorry? Random guess? Billions, right? Now, as a country, what's the point of spending billions in making laws? And yet the people that these laws are being made for do not understand them. So Cyro Law Global was made to bridge that gap between what the law is and the person that is supposed to be served by this law. And when it started, it was to bridge between, I went to law school, some words can make sense to me, but this law is supposed to serve a person who didn't go to law school like me. So what Cyro Law Global does is it simplifies the law, and then it educates the masses. So we identified a gap that, first of all, there's expensive legal services. Even for people who know where to find a lawyer, who knows a lawyer's office, legal services are quite expensive. Then there's an availability of lawyers in rural areas. Even where I come from, in my town of Loitoktok, there's only 4 advocates who are not there every day. And then there's ignorance of legal processes. In fact, the ignorance of legal processes is so bad. For example, in where I come from, A lot of land transactions are made on land where the registered proprietor died years ago. No succession processes have been done, but the family says, but we are here, but we have promised you. Why are you worried? You just move in and start building. You can imagine how many issues we're looking at in the next 50 years. And then there's a great disconnect between the law and cultural practices. For instance, where I come from, we struggle with unique issues of female genital mutilation. We struggle with issues of child marriage. We struggle with issues of defilement. But in a cultural context, if a grown man gets a 13-year-old girl pregnant, in the cultural context, they will come and say, I will marry her. I have taken responsibility. That is cultural. But legally, that child is being victimized. They are being placed in a situation where they're going to be continuously defiled. So Cyril will also gaps between what the law is and what cultural practices are. So our vision is to ensure that the masses are sufficiently educated on the legal provisions and the legal systems that affect them. And the processes are as far and wide as you can imagine, from the small labor law issues you've been dismissed suddenly, to where should I go if my son has been arrested and they have hidden him and I don't know where to find him. Now, the mission is first to interact with the communities. Remember that we as a country are only 60 years old, but our communities have come from thousands and thousands of years. It would be impractical for us to imagine that cultural practices that have been handed over from generation for thousands of years are going to suddenly stop because we have laws. So our first responsibility was sitting down. Let us understand how does this culture serve you? Why has it come down for thousands of years? And then now reconciling that with the law. So our trainings, even on the ground, is not just one way. It's also consultative. It's also understanding the other side and then saying, okay, this is what the law says, and this is how you can reconcile. This is how we can meet in the middle. And then understanding the information gap, understanding the culture and history, simplifying the law, and being available. So for instance, we have an office in Loitoktok within Kajiado County where people can at least find us if they have a burning issue. So our work, we have online education. We have a YouTube channel that is called Cyro Law Global. I would encourage all of you to subscribe. There's a wealth of information there for you. We do community outreach where we meet people in the barazas, in the churches. We hold legal aid clinics in partnerships with other organizations. And then we also now partner with religious groups, informal community outfits for the purpose of education. My time is up. So I would just like to close by saying that where we are going is we're looking at expansions, we're looking at partnerships, we're looking at mentoring other people so that they can do what we do in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sian. Please join the podium. How many people here are non-lawyers? Be happy to affiliate. I'm also I'm not a lawyer. How many are we? Hey, please. You're coming. Okay. You're even better than me. Me, I'm not even anywhere near law. But I am encouraged to see such who are trying to connect us. If I have an issue, I can call CRO Law Global, I can call Barefoot. Now, this is encouraging for the rest of us who are non-lawyers. You guys are doing a great job. And then one thing I also need to know before I call the next presenter, what is time up in Kiswahili? Time up in Kiswahili. Sad. With the finger up. Say it, what is the word? None of you guys know. All our Ugandans, we are going to teach these guys Kiswahili. None of you. Mr. Kimuli. Which one, sir?
Time inaitwa muda umeisha. Hiyo ingine ni ya wa Tanzania.
Nenga, it's very long. Will I be able to say it? Okay. Okay, let's become cognizant of the time when we come to speak. So I am very excited to have innovations that are also coming from people who are not necessarily lawyers, or they are lawyers, but they're also doing something else. Please join me to welcome Reverend Dr. Henry to come and talk about AGS Kajiado Cosmopolitan.
Permit me to adopt all the protocol that has been laid. Bishop Dr. Henry Omae, I'm a clergy, a professional certified mediator, and a champion of alternative justice system. When we call it HIS, many people think that is a new thing that has also appeared in this land. But permit me again to say that as I practice from Kajiado Cosmopolitan, which has the face of the nation and also bordering Tanzania and a part of it up to Uganda as well, if you can call it so. On 4th May 2016, CJ Dr. Willy Mutunga appointed a task force to look into issues of giving more strength to the alternative justice system. And when his time expired, CJ Maraga extended the tenure of the task force to do a study and find out if the alternative mechanism of solving these issues can also work. And it came out that evidently it can work so well. So in 2021, our Chief Justice, the Honorable Martha Koome, came to Kajiado and launched the HIS, Alternative Justice System, that has a national steering committee chaired by the Honorable Judge, Professor Joel Ngugi, Church of Kotawa Bill, and with his deputy, Dr. Steve Okotouma and the rest. And I'm glad that Senior understands that very well here. Is part of that steering committee. Having said that, it was a challenge, as you can see from my presentation, so that I move a little bit faster. And there are a number of cases that we've been handling. I may not read through what I've written there, but there are a number of cases. The first assignment we were given after issued with the instrumental power. Kajiado is quite large, so it was divided into various segments. We have the interior, like Tok, where my colleague here comes from, and we have other interior parts. So in brief, the Cosmopolitan was also set aside, and I was selected to head that. The challenge that has been there is this. There are several cases touching on land disputes. And this is because of some of the issues that has been happening there. And so the first thing we did was to lobby the government to give us a chamber or a suite where HIS can sit. Because beginning from nowhere, it can be very difficult in a cosmopolitan setup. So we got a full chamber of the county government where we sit every Monday to listen and solve land cases. As we continued, we were given 10 cases through the National Land Commission that have been in the court for many years, over 10 years. And by God's grace, within a very short time, we concluded successfully 8 cases, very successfully out of the 10 within a very short time. Then 2, we discovered they are involving some criminality kind of, and so we said back to the sender for more kind of discussions. We have challenges there, of course. The HIS panelists are strained heavily because of resources. After we were given the task, no resources were allocated and there is no budget for that. So it's actually because of the passion that we have to be able to make sure that people access justice. But we came up with our own innovations. One, we have a place to sit every Monday. Number two, if I may take you back, we said we can meet every Monday. That is 4 days in a month. We meet, we sit, and then we have made a very good collabo with the station of the court in Ngong, whereby we have even at one point invited the senior principal magistrate. We have had some meetings together. We have brought on board the DCCs and SECs. If you can show me that clip of the photo, kindly, so that the members can see as I wind up, whereby we are having, this is one of the sessions we have. That's how our chamber looks like. It's a full court actually for you lawyers if you come. But you come to listen as guests of the HAS. This is the cooperation we have with chief's officers because we use existing structures. This is a chief's office. For the wananchi to access justice, we also go near, make arrangements with the local chief who arranges the office for us, if a case, and then we take over and we are able to give justice to the litigants who appear. Now, this is a case that was sort of the recently, I think, Madam, you know, Matapato area. This case has been in court for 13 years. And HAS solved this, and there is peace, there was reconciliation. We have seen families reconciling together, coming together. Yeah, this is the photo I was looking for. We have Madam SPM next to the Assistant County Commissioner sitting in for DCC. We have the in charge of police. And so we work as a team. And at this point, the Law Society was represented. So it is just a complete partnership. We have the DCI on board because there are some cases when they are brought to us about fraud that we involve the DCI to help us. That's the much we have done. Now, to sensitize and do capacity building, we came up with another innovation. This is a meeting we have done, meeting all the 6 DCCs, the deputy county commissioners of the entire county at the Njura Hotel. We met there and we were sensitizing them to help us so that we have access during their parasas. We can talk about the alternative justice system together with their DOs. This is in Kajiado West, where recently we met the chiefs of the area, the entire sub-county, and we were telling them the good of HAS because we realized many people have even lost properties. They have sold their land to continue with the case in the court, which does not end. So this is one of the capacity building that we have begun, and we are on and doing more. But the challenge comes into resources. Pay a fit you are God sent. My appeal will be, now not only as an HAS practitioner, but as a servant of God. When we preach, we ask how many want to go to heaven. So we are asking, walk with us. If we begin sensitizing people and doing what we are doing, HAS is not new. It is all over the country. It has the backing of judiciary. Article 159 of our Constitution is actually to promote alternative justice system. And this can work so well. All the partners who are here, how I wish from even today or tomorrow, you become part of HAS. So HAS is the mother of everything. And the Lord bless you, even as I say, amani ya Mwenyezi Mungu iwe nanyi nyote. In HAS hakuna kisungu nyingi. You remember alikuja hapa kamwaga kisungu. He spoke very heavy words. But remember there is that poor woman who is a widow, who does not understand all of these jargons, who is like, what are they saying? She can even go to court with the shoes which are torn. And sorry to say, I'm happy for the born again lawyers, especially from Strathmore University. God bless you. Because you are going to do justice. Remember there is this woman who has sold everything, including chicken, to pay to the lawyer, who goes to court and adjourn and come back and tell the litigant, you know, our dates have been postponed. So this woman will never get justice. At the HAS, you pay nothing. You just walk in, we listen to you, with the mother tongue that you're speaking. We can have an interpreter. We can visit the site without kisungu nyingi. And at the end as HAS, we hold hands together and pray for you. Thank you so much, and the Lord bless you. I look forward for more interruptions.
Thank you so much, Reverend. I almost said amen to that Swahili preaching you did. Sir, could you please just join the podium? Thank you. All right. Please join me. Welcome our representative from Nyado Social Justice Center, Karin Kiari. You're very welcome. Please clap for her. Huh? Please, please, please.
Wa, mi lazima niombe coffee. That is so discouraging. Anyway, thank you so much. You know what it means when you talk after a bishop, the preaching of a bishop, but I'm equal to the task. My name is Karen Wamboyo Manga. I am the convener, Nyando Social Justice Center. Nyando Social Justice Center, that is our logo. Justice is our DNA. And that means that all the HRDs that I work with, we have more than 50 HRDs that are working under Nyando Social Justice Center. And today we are here because of an innovation, not exactly because of Nyando. And if you can see, our goal is access to justice for all with fairness while promoting human dignity. I was very happy. Even with that big kizungu, Nyando, we were touched because we believe what you said, that justice is not about going to court. We can get justice wherever we are. And that is what we are doing in our villages. Nyando Social Justice, I'll go very fast because you can imagine giving information of a justice center that has done a lot in the community in 10 minutes. So I'll go very, very fast. I'll say that Nyando Social Justice Center was formed way back in 2008. But we started as a community-based organization, coming together because of survivors of gender-based violence who are going through a lot of violence. And the violence that we were going through, we were documenting and putting up intimate partner violence, rape cases, defilement cases, child abuse cases, and child marriages, including women land and property rights where women were being disinherited. And we were receiving these cases every now and then. We were documenting many of them. And most of them, somewhere along the line in 2018, we realized that these cases are like recurring. The same women who had already reported are coming back again for different violation, and it was just hectic for us. And I sat down with a few of our members, and we were like, now what do we do? And some of the cases that we were receiving, and especially most of the cases, were intimate partner violence and defilement, which are the highest cases that we were receiving. We were able to look and see, how do we sort out this issue? How do we even prevent these issues? And as my senior learned friend was saying, that even perpetrators need justice. So we looked at the perpetrator, and in intimate partner violence, the perpetrator is the husband most of the time. So why? Because when you talk to the women, they are not ready to go to court. You take the cases to court, unabaki peke yako as a paralegal following that case, because the woman is like, mi nimesamehea bwana yangu. Why? Because the women are not economically empowered and they depend on these men. So we were like, now, how do we now support these women to be able to be economically empowered, so that in terms of and even to be able to support the men? Because when you talk to the men, they were like, huyu anakanga tu nyumbani, ananingojea, anataka nimpatie pesa ya nywele, nimpatie pesa ya mafuta, nimpatie pesa ya chakula, nisomeshe watoto, and all that. We were, as women, we were like, we are depending on men. So we were like, why don't we now empower this woman so that this woman is able to supplement whatever little the husband is bringing on the table, to be able to at least tuone kama kutakuwa na some parity in that home. And we were able to start the table banking. The table banking was supposed to economic support the women, the survivors now, the GBV survivors, to be able now to provide and assist whatever the husband was bringing on the table. And that is how in 2018, 2019, we came up with the table banking project. And we have been able to support 200 women in this project. And the women, the survivors of gender-based violence have also been become a support system, sorry, in the justice system, in assisting us at Nyando Justice Center to be able to reach out to others. As in, we have changed them into women champions. We have trained them to be able, if we have been assisted, can we also give back to the community and assist someone else? And that is how we have been able to make it simple for these women to work in the villages. I would not want to go very far because I want us to go to the pictorial. Yes, and I want to invite one of the beneficiaries who is the chair of the table banking project that we are doing to very fast explain through the pictures, and kindly allow her to speak in Kiswahili because you heard she was clapping when somebody was saying that Kizungu ilikuwa mingi, but I know she's going to do it. Thank you.
Okay, I am Jacqueline Atieno Uma, a survivor of Nyando Social Justice Center. But before Nikoe a member, I was a survivor of economic violence. Tulikuwa tunapigana na bwana yangu every time and then, because alikuwa anatoka akienda kutafuta na niko na watoto, akirudi anangoja ninamngoja. Sasa ingine sikukuwa hata na pesa ya kibriti, chumvi ya kuna, naenda kuomba kila kitu. So ilifika time yenye tulipigana mpaka hata nilitamani kucommit suicide. Juu wakati baba yangu alikufa, ilibidi ni drop out from school. So nilienda kuolewa kama niko na miaka kidogo. So hiyo siku hata nasema tu ni Mungu. Kuna mtu alikuja akanichukua akanirifaa kwa Nyando Social Justice Center. Vile nilienda hapo ndio Madam Karen na wengine wakanifanyia counseling, alafu wakaniweka kwa table banking. Na out of table banking hata nasema tu ni Mungu. Saa hii nimesaidia wamama wengi kufungua groups. Because most of our women, we are a grassroots women. Na come from a very poor background. Na vile tulikaa kama wamama, tulisema ile makosa yenye tulipitia, hatutaki watoto wetu pia wapitia hapo. So as women, we are doing table banking na watoto wetu sahii wanaenda shule. Kuna hata wengine watoto wao sahii wamemaliza university like me. Niko na watoto wangu watatu wako kwa colleges, niko na 3 in boarding schools, na wengine bado wako kwa primary. And I trust in God. Najua Mungu atanifanyia na watoto wangu pia watakuwa watu wakubwa. Kenye nasema tusaidie wamama wengine. Ukiangalia hizo mapicha, tuliongea as women ili tutoe poverty, lazima tukue wakulima. We are doing rice farming, kitchen gardens. Ukiangalia hapo ni nyumbani kwangu. Out of table banking tunafanya pia merry-go-round every month. Tunapatia wamama, each mama 20,000, tunawanunulia matank. Na ukirudi kwa cases nyingi ya defilement, unakuta watoto wengi wenye wanadifailiwa jioni wakienda kuchota maji ama kufetch firewood. Pia tulikuja na program ya kununulia wamama magasi. Ukiangalia hapo utaona gas kubwa na gas ndogo. Hapo ina depend juu kuna pengine mama mwenye alikuwa amekosa school fees. So anasema at least muninunulie hii ndogo na hiyo pesa nyingine nilipie mtoto school fees. So pongezi ni kwa mama wenye wanasaidia wamama wengi. Tena ukiangalia hapo chini ni kwa boma yangu, tulikuja, kuna partners wengine walikuja kutusaidia kutengeneza rocket stoves. Na mimi ndio nilikuwa champion. So rocket stove inatumia firewood hata 2 tu na unapika. Haya, ukiona hiyo picha nyingine, pia tuko na program ya kununuliana wamama mambusi, wengine kondoo. So hapo tulinunua kondoo na tulipelekea moja wetu. Asanteni, msaidie watu wengine na kila kitu inawezekana kwa Mungu. Na pia asante kwa Barefoot, hata kufika kwangu hapa nikirudi kwa grassroots level, nitaendelea kuempower wamama wengine. Na vile my brother Morris alisema, ati hapa ukifanya hata kazi ingine na mtu asikupadi slap nina huku, wewe ndio ujipatie makofi. Na pia tunafundisha wamama wetu referral pathway ya GBV. Hatutaki wasichana wetu pia waende kuolewa kama wako na miaka kidogo. Also tunaenda kwa masule kusaidia hata wasichana wetu na pads. Juu wengine wanapata hata mimba kukosana na wasasi wao pengine hawana nini. Asante.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. And finally, what we can say as Nyando Social Justice Center, we are an example that there is an innovation that can bring change, that can bring access to justice, that we can even use the survivors to be able to reach out to others. For Nyando Social Justice Center, we don't need to be in the villages. We have now trained the women champion, and you can see how Jacqueline is strong. Amesema ali drop out of school, but she's now a community lawyer. Kwa kijiji anakaa chini. In fact, we are the founders of AJS. We started doing AJS. Ikiwa ADR, tulikuwa tunaita alternative dispute solutions. And we are experts and we are doing it, and so we support AJS. Thank you so much for being with us. Sisi tukiwin, you see where we are going to take the money. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Karen. Thank you, thank you. It's very exciting to see someone who has a victim become a champion, right? Amen. Also, join me to invite the next speaker. She's called Diana. She's from Muslim Education and Welfare Association. Before Diana comes, please, I've seen there's a lot of Kiswahili said here. Let's encourage, if you feel the word is not coming out in English, say it in Kiswahili. The rest of us will sort ourselves out. Please welcome with me, Madam Diana.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I am Diana, representing Mayor. I am a community paralegal, and I'm not good in English that much. I will use Kiswahili. Yes. So, Muslim Education Welfare Association, it's a non-organization that was established in 2001. Yes. Iko Mombasa, Lamu, na Kilifi. Key objectives of paralegal team, as we in Muslim education, we deal with human rights, health, and justice. Yes. So as paralegals, we have our objectives to reduce harm as a result of drug and substance use by promoting access to health and social justice. Kwa sababu kulionekana kwamba kuna haja ya kusupport the human rights za walengwa, kwa sababu wengi walikuwa wakipata violence sana. Unakuta wanapigwa kwa sababu sisi tunadili drug addicts. Drug addicts huwa wanaenda kuna sehemu zao huwa wanaenda kutumia madawa ya kulevya, kwa sababu kule wakikutana huwa wanajiona wako huru zaidi kuliko community. So kule ndio huwa tunawafuata. So katika zile sehemu zao ndio huwa kuna a lot of violence ambazo huwa zinatokea. Polisi pia vile huwafuata kule maeneo. Sana nyuma kabla sisi ku-involve with this human rights, kulikuwa na wanashikwa sana ovyo kwa kipengele kinaitwa maeneo. So with our efforts, tulimanage kuondoa ile hicho kipengele cha maeneo. Yes, ulikuwa drug addict akishikwa ni maeneo. Yes. So tuliweza kumanage that by working with the judges at Mombasa, Shanzu Law Courts, Madam Mochache, wakati huo alikuwa ni Madam Mochache, Diana Mochache. Na our activities zenye huwa tunafanya sana know your rights sessions zenye huwa tunaenda field work based on the chapter 4 of the bill rights ya Kenya Constitution 2010. Legal aid clinics and legal assistance, hizi huwa tunafanya sana sana tukimwalika lawyer. Yeah, we are collaborating with lawyers. Sasa huwa tunawa invite to make that legal aid clinics and legal assistance. Advocacy with law enforcement officers, as I have said, that tuna collaborate na judges, magistrates, lawyers, probation officers, ili to make our work easier. Court user committees, sana sana sisi tuko katika hiyo court user committee. Tumekuwa involved with them kwa sababu wameona kwamba we have a lot to work. So after every, I think it's quarterly, huwa tuna meet na sisi pia tukiwa na funding huwa tunawaita ili kueleza about harm reduction na zile kesi ambazo tunazo. Prison visits and training and advocacy with judicial officers. Sana sana huwa tunaenda prison every week. Katika every week ni kama Shimo women tunaenda every Wednesday. Sahi ilikuwa ni Thursday, but now tunaenda Wednesday. Kuna annex, kuna main, Shimo la Tewa. So huwa tunaenda zile kwa sababu hawa walengwa huwa wako kule. The drug addicts huwa wakishikwa huwa wengine wanakuwa arrested to prison. Kuna wale huwa wakishikwa tunaenda pia kotini sana sana. So huwa tunawa identify, tunaambia magistrates wanatupatia hiyo chance ya kusimama ku identify the drug addicts. Na kama pengine ameshikwa tu as maeneo, anapewa tu hiyo CSO community service orders ya kuwa they have to work for 24 hours, 12 hours, or it depends with the magistrates. So huwa sisi ndio tunawasimamia na tunawa release. Pia vile huwa pia kuna probation officer huwa anakuwa linked with them kama pengine ana makosa mengine kama vile wizi. So ana probation anawachukua, then probation ana link to us. Vile kuna vitu zingine huwa tunafanya kama alternative dispute resolution, kama sana sana hawa walengwa huwa wana fight to each others. So mediation sana sana kwetu huwa ndio ina work. GBV huwa inatokea among them couple, na huwa hawataki kuwashtaki waume zao kwa sababu wakiangalia hao ndo wana benefit from the husband, kwa sababu without staff they suffer so much. Wanapata a lot of withdrawals. In economic they depend to their husbands, na pia they sell themselves as sana sana hawa huwa wanajiuza. Na pia wizi ndogo tu, pengine apate sufuria hapa aibe aende akauze. So violence huwa ni nyingi sana kwa sababu huwa tu anaokota kama ni kiasi pengine kimewekwa kwa mlango, yeye anaokota. Sasa community wakiona hivyo sana mob justice huwa zinatokea. So we have a lot of work kwa mashinani kufanya. Police station release, watu polisi sasa hivi watu tunapata refer, polisi wanatupigia simu kuwa kuna client wenu yuko hapa, so tunaenda na anakuwa release if he or she has petty offense. Assisted to acquire civil education, civil documents. Hawa ni watu ambao hawana IDs, national IDs, so na pia hawana zile zile stakabadhi ambazo zinahitajika. Kwa mfano, huyu ni mtu ambaye ametengwa kwa jamii. Familia haimhitaji kwa zile behaviors zenye anafanya, zile tabia ambazo huwa anazifanya, so huwa hawatakikani kabisa kwa familia zao. Sasa wanakimbilia kwetu kwa sababu wameona ule upendo. Hao ni watu wenye wanataka kusikizwa, lakini sasa community ndio hivyo, haitaki wasikiza. Wanasema they call them junkies. Wakienda polisi wanaitwa criminals. Wakienda kwa religious wanaambiwa they are caste, so hawana pa kukimbilia. Sorry. So we have social economic empowerment. Tuna empower with the human rights empowerment. The Constitution of Kenya has a Progress Bill of Rights, Article 48. You can just Meva paralegal achievements, sensitized community. These are our achievements this January to June. Sensitized community to rights has led to increased reporting of violation and safe referrals by PWIGs to Mewa and police stations. Yeah. Conducted 2 CUCs. Okay. So hizi ndio achievement ambazo tumefanya, kama hizo ADR tumefanya, hizo visit police, tumefanya IDs, tumepata IDs kwa na NHIS, kwa sababu mtu akiwa na ID ndio anapata NHIS. Haya. Hizo ndo achievements tumeziweka kwa graph. Clients reach with legal information, clients reach in courts 375, clients released at police. Hizi ni Mombasa, Kilifi na Lamu. Clients achieve ID cards. Hizi huwa ID cards huwa sana sana watoto akiwa na pregnant, huwa mama inasaidia kwa sababu ID inamsaidia kwa mambo mengi sana. Okay, next. Challenges and recommendation. You can just read by yourself. Challenges, those are challenges that we have. Lesson learned also. Those are lessons which we have learned from these challenges and the strength. Our recommendation is for training of police officers on harm reduction. So tukiwa tukienda kwa sababu hatuna ile funding na so huwa tunaenda, ukienda police station ndio tunafanya ile sensitization pale. Tukienda kotini tukikuta magistrate huwa tunafanya ile sensitization kwao, kwa sababu sasa hatuna ile funding. Okay, that is all about Mewa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana. Please have a seat up there. You know, the Kenyans that I have interfaced with mostly are the exact opposite of Diana. Do you see how Diana talks? You see how she brings out her voice? But on most, like I've met people like Joanne all over the place talking very fast, moving. I was very shocked to see this Diana in Kenya speaking like the way she's speaking. Please join me also welcome our last presenter. We please welcome with me Mr. Sam Ouma from Kisumu Mediation Center. Mr. Sam, you have very few minutes.
All protocols observed. My name is Sam Ouma, and I work for Kisumu Mediation Center. Kisumu Mediation Center, we are looking for the heart handshake, whereby if you stretch your hand, you really mean what it is. And that is what we are looking for. So we are a non-profit making organization, and we basically are mediators. Some of us are accredited by judiciary, some are not. Some are not even trained as mediators. So that's what we have. So we spread across the country, and our concentration is in Kisumu County. The background, we realized that we are doing mediations, but 90% of the people we are handling, especially the poor, tell us this word of, I'm out of court, I've gotten the result, but I'm doubting whether I'll have peace back home. So this is our main concern, that despite getting the judgment, still somebody not sure with the peace. So 87% told us that language barrier, jargons, or even the voice of the magistrate or the judge, they are not getting. The cost of cases and dragging of cases was also concerned. So we thought of mediators being paid by court, that no, let's now start the wing that is now helping those who cannot afford our costs. So one statement I got from a widow called Rose Aweno, and this Rose Aweno was a blind lady. She told us that, I don't know where I will find peace or justice. This is after the case was, I mean, she won. This was on April 17th. So we started a project called the Dodge, or Doorstep Justice Project. This Doorstep Justice Project is basically linking the service provider with the person who can help, be it a judge, be it a pastor, be it but basically nearest to the person where the person is. So the problem here is, we realize that in our record that 86% of poor women, they are wishing for that peace I'm talking about. That is their dream. And most of the cases we are handling are about land matters, that is composed of 60%. 30% are family matters. 10% are basically the chama issues and the labor insurance. As you know, that we go beyond planned. So we had a video, but because of time, I'll share it through your platforms. So these people, the regrets they are saying when we have settled their matters, that's affording the bus fare from home to court is a real issue. I know that may not sound to us that is an issue, because we can afford that bus fare as many times as we wish. The another concern was that we are not sure with the outcome. The way I had explained that yes, outcome is there, but the peace aspect is not there. They were regretting after knowing us that they have used a lot of money. Their mega income, they use it to, somebody talk of paying the advocate or selling the land to try to settle the matter. And I mean, enmity also increases when the matter is in court. So we know that. And another concern that concerning us was every day we get around 11 phone calls. This is when we get a platform like radio stations. We use local radio stations to reach to the local people in the ground. So high cost was an issue here also. So what were we doing? In the picture, that is the chairman of the task force is called Justice Fred Ochieng. Most of us know Fred Ochieng. Fred Ochieng, we could walk to his office and ask Justice, can we go to the radio station? And we walk along with Justice to these radio stations. You can only understand this when you cannot afford money to get to court, hearing a judge talking about, yes, you can solve it away from court. Yet the same judge asks your file. Of course, many of the people we are targeting get convinced that yes, ADR, the mediation can really work. So we also, when you're getting to the court, and Barefoot may attest to that, there is a tent labeled very well. So this tent really make people be aware of what about this tent. just about when you're entering the strategically put at the entry. So apart from this tent making that awareness, we do a lot of radio talk shows. I said in the local language. We also connect with the justice seekers at the ground. Remember where you come from, even yourself. You retire or just on leave, you're still very relevant to your community there. So basically connect you to the person who is seeking for that kind of justice. We also sense it as community through groups. We have groups, the churches, the chamas, and all that. So we use those platforms. So the way we do it, like today, I want to request all of you to get to our WhatsApp group so that when you call me from some small village in Uganda and your the client call us, then we connect you from wherever you are. So we have a WhatsApp group that contains a number of providers. So once we mobilize the people, they call us to do those 11 calls, we connect you to them there. So they use less affair. That being near is really working very well. Again, when we mentioned that name over the radio, that in village C, we have so and so coming from there. So the fact that it was heard from us over the radio, it is easy that trust comes with it. We are also trying to motivate this because you are still part of that community. You'll remain that community. In that aspect of sustainability, once somebody knows that you come from there, the same person will use you as a referral. Like, oh, I had a case, but it was solved just nearby here. Another point that we realize as challenges, one of the challenges that sometimes our mediators being chased away with rungus and pangas. Who are you? Are you a judge? Because of lack of awareness. Youth does not trust us. They told these are kangaroo courts. They call us where white trained, you know. So if we can partner with the Haki FM to tell the youth that, okay, these people, they can help. So that kind of trust is still not there. We also challenge of transport means to get us the ground. Some of reporting formulas, we do good works, but they're not reported, so no one knows. So when people use that, you understand that aspect. So mediation awareness levels is still low, just the way I've said it. We have got issue of just bundles and internet challenges. Our secretaries are clamping with the support, that is Money Matters, to support the secretariat, to support the lowest level achievements. So far, we can take you to 8 widows who have returned home, and they're very peaceful with their homes. We have one case of a woman who was chased away. This woman, the person who chased her away, built her house. Is that not a success, my brothers and sisters? I'm talking to us. Is that not a success? Thank you. We also do virtual mediations for those who are able to techno-savvy. Those cannot reach us. We are happy that every sub-county we have 2 mediators. Of course, through the 2, we also extend to the other. Remember, you may be coming from village A to the farthest end, but you know there's another person next to the other side that can help at the call. That connectivity works for us so well. So our plan is to have at least every court session, as litigants comes in, they see our tents. So we target 12 court stations in Kisumu that we want that tend to cover. Remember, you've not come for a case, but you've accompanied somebody to your relative. Then ukisikia wako pale. Then number 2, when people get to court every day, they are being briefed about how court works, or about which area. We also chip in there, tell them, okay, friend, you are here, but we are also there. Can you try us also? So those angles will work for us also. We have a database of justice players. The media work with us so well, and we want to mainly put more effort on the media aspect. So confidence, in a manner of confidence level, We want to record successful stories like the one I'm saying you, but we throw them in the YouTube for other people to learn and awareness. So we also want to train others for information sharing and even our members to know really what is new in the industry. Like, no, if you work closely with the court annex mediation, they have mediation rules. Some of us are not trained, but they need to know how this thing works. So some people who are not trusting our mediation on the ground, we bring the accredited mediator to take their case, be filed, so that that trust is not there. It's not filed in court and becomes a court document. We also pray to decongest prisons, but this will be majorly through partnership. Remember, there are people, I know LRF are here, are really working closely with the prisons. We target you, LRF. These are basically our members. We are headed by advocate of High Court, and that's basically our team. We collaborate closely with Kisumu mediation, Kisumu judiciary. Remember, we are placed in the just within the judiciary there. So one, people trust us. Then we also work closely with the Court Resource Committee. Remember, if you understand the Court Resource Committee, these are very many players in the field there. Almost. We have the NGOs, the Feeder Kenya, you know how they are very aggressive on the ground. Maendeleo ya wanawake, ngao, the police, and the radio stations. So we really want to work with partners like you just to make sure that our programs go deeper. Remember, the blind lady I was talking about, still asking, where do I get peace or justice? But remember, they focus more on peace. I thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Sam. I would request you to take a seat at the end, on that end. Thank you. Now we will very quickly move to our second last session of today, and we are going to have our panel discussion, which will be very brief. I am very happy that our participants have gotten the opportunity to talk about what it is they do and to, help us understand their innovations. So we will now, I will engage with them. I will ask, one or two questions. They will talk to us about that, and then it is an open discussion. I will expect you to, ask questions or make comments, based on what you have learned today or what inputs you have with regards to the discussion. And so I think I want to say this now, because when we get to the question point, then I think we'll be taking about 5 questions only, 5 questions or comments, whatever it is that one wishes to say. I am very happy from the farthest end, as you've heard, is Sam Ouma with Kisumu Mediation Center, followed by Karen Kiarie from Nyando Social Center, then followed by Josephine representing DR Hub. Josephine, we know that your colleague could not make it. She's bereaved, and our condolences to her. Followed by Sian. Sian is with Cyrolo Global, and then the Reverend Dr. Henry Wamai, who is with the AJS Kajiado Cosmopolitan. And finally, next to me is Diana from Muslim Education Welfare Association, all the way from Mombasa. We are very happy to be with you today, and welcome. I think I will move and go straight to the point. I mean, and as I do that, I want to say that what Barefoot Law and, the Moat Foundation is doing in sponsoring this is amazing. When I was seated next to Trish down there, we were whispering about the Gashasha courts in Rwanda this reminds me so much of that, other opportunities and avenues of access to justice that we here in Kenya, in Uganda, in Malawi are stepping up to embrace. One of those features I found very interesting about the Gashasha courts in Rwanda was what they call the call for peace. And you know, the situation in Rwanda, the genocide, and then right there, they have the victim and the perpetrator, and they take them through the motions and the sessions. And at the end of the day, the perpetrator is supposed to buy a cow for the victim, and he gives a cow to the victim. And once that cow has grown and it has a calf, the perpetrator will then visit and take the calf, and it shows, a session of healing, a session of reconciliation. And I am very happy because what you're doing here in one way or another, in giving information, and the work you're doing as, innovators of justice, innovations, is a great job. So asanteni sana and karibuni. I will now just go straight. I would like to have Ruth near me with a microphone, and you will assist me. There is another one somewhere. You will assist me in passing it on to, oh, you do. Thank you. I want you, we've heard your stories. You stood here, you told us about your story, you told us the story behind the story and the inspiration, why you are where you are today, what has motivated you. Now, I would like you to talk to us about your experience in navigation of, your work as innovators in Kenya, and also on the question of sustainability. I want you to look into that, tell us briefly what your experience has been, as you navigate, the structures in the country, and delve into the question of sustainability. How are you here? Asante sana. I think I could begin with Karen. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. My experience working with survivors of gender-based violence is quite an experience. And I would want to say that it hasn't been very easy, and especially as a woman, having the feeling and every day documenting cases of gender-based violence. And this is the reason why we were able to sit down and see, what do we do? How do we help? Because just going to court and looking at, as our survivor said, that we keep on taking perpetrators to court? Do we keep on, say, like IPV cases? These are people who have been providing, but now when the resources go down, they are not able to provide. So there's that aspect of feeling hopeless. And when we take them to court, we are not helping. So for me, it has been an experience of even getting stressed and also feeling like there's nothing I can do. But I am happy that we were able to sort out the issue of economic violence, whereby now the issues of IPV sort of has gone down. About sustainability, how do we sustain through this innovation? How do we sustain this aspect of access to justice? In the event where we involve meaningful involvement of community and the community owning the process, as you have seen, personally, I am a community person. I am not a lawyer. I'm not a professional, but I am a paralegal who was trained. And I want to thank LRF and Paralegal Network Society for having worked with us. We have Kelin, Kituo cha Sheria, who have been working with us in this journey, changing us into community paralegals. We are at the grassroots. Whether the NGOs are there, whether the lawyers are there, we'll only link up to the lawyer to get the legal services or advices, but we are there at the village. And that is the biggest sustainability we are looking at, where we are able to train these survivors or these women who have been survivors and have gone through it, to train them to become champions, whereby they are able to adopt their own justice systems, and they are using the local justice system. So for me, I think that is more sustainable when the community own the systems and the processes and also the innovations. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Before we move to the next person, just a quick question, and for you to just look at it briefly. From your experience, how has been your reception by the community? And I don't just mean the people you serve. Maybe just talk to us about that. Have you been welcomed? Have you been loved? You know, how has it been for you?
Have I been loved? Of course, you know, in a community when you are starting something that is very new, and especially I come from the Kikuyu community. I am married in the Luo community. The Kenyans who are here can ascertain to those two tribes getting together and also going to live in the village as a Kikuyu those days. So politically, the realignment are not very good. So the reception when I was starting that aspect, the first notion was, I mutaibiwa. So you know that notion of Kikuyus liking money and being thieves and all that, that stereotype. So that one was there. But I thank God for the survivors. That is the reason why I worked so much with the survivors. Because when the survivors came for documentation, at least unamsaidia kidogo, you are assisting kumpeleka through the process of the justice system. And also, as you're working with that person now depends on you, na naona ni kama wewe ni savior wake. So there's that aspect of that, having that belonging, that huyu ni wetu na anatusaidia. But at the same time, not everybody will accept you. And especially the perpetrators. You do not expect the perpetrators to be very, very jovial when you are following the system. And many a times you'll hear even men saying, huyu amekuja kuharibu wa mama wetu. You know, I mean, it's like you are inciting the women. When like Jacqueline is very powerful and, you know, speaking the way she's speaking. When I went in that village, Jacqueline was just a farmer, a peasant farmer, and she could not speak the way she's speaking today. But right now she can sit in barazas, she can speak to the chief, she can say, no, chief, we are not supposed to sit down as women, even as we want to sit on the chairs. So for me, that is an incitement, and Karen is seen as misleading women. But all along, all said and done, the women in the village accept, and that is very important for me. I wouldn't mind so much for other people who are empowered and want to oppress the ones who have been violated, oppress the survivors. So for me, if the survivors would accept me, I wouldn't mind. The ones that are not accepting me, slowly, when they have an issue, na wanajua ni mimi, they refer cases. So as in, they know I am there, but wanaona ni kama I am taking their space. So for me, it has been an experience of positives and negatives, but I believe the positives are more because we are impacting the rural and the grassroots people who would want to get that services, and also access to justice. We are taking justice to the community. We are speaking, we are doing the awareness. Paralegals are there. We are training the paralegals. These women, we are training them as paralegals at the village level. And for sustainability, this is the best. For me, it is a positive.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Karen. Now, on to the next question. I mean, Dr. Reverend Henry, you have spoken to us about the AJS Kajiado Cosmopolitan. You've given us a broad outline of what it is you work. We have understood about, your networks and with the community, with the local leaders and even the judiciary. And I would like you to speak to us as we, enhance this question of your navigation and sustainability. Also talk to us about some of the challenges, you encounter, because we know and we understand that AJS is a concept that is now embraced by our judiciary. It probably is the most formal alternative justice system that has been fronted by the judiciary. but then you are working not as people who are employed. Talk to us about that.
Very well, to respond to your question. One of the greatest challenge that has been there is resources. As you are aware, it becomes very difficult for you to make some steps without resource available. We have a model of the HAS, and we have the strategy on how it works. And then there are gaps when it comes to resources. That's why the first thing we did was to lobby the county government for us to have a chamber where the citizen can easily walk in and access justice. Now, when it comes to resources, especially visiting sites which have disputes, it becomes a big challenge. The panelists have really tried, and what has motivated us is the passion that we have for access to justice. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. These are panelists who have been trained by Kelly, or by VOW at a certain time, and also Forum for Women for Democracy. They have been trained. But then when it comes to sustaining, it has not been easy, especially even when you want to keep records, very sensitive matters. When it comes, like you want even to have the laptop and are safe, to make sure those files are very safe, it has been a challenge. That's what I can say at the moment.
Thank you very much, Reverend, for that. I will now ask your neighbor, Sian, talk to us about, the same. And I know, Sian, your work mostly involves dissemination of information. So you're right at the front of, what is it, litigants or Kenyans or, people in need of information are, getting. Talk to us about your experience.
Okay. I would say the same thing that he has said. Our biggest issue is the resources. For example, now that we work in the greater Kajiado, just the main highways are tarmac. So when you go into the interiors of Kajiado, the roads are very bad. So for instance, if you're going for a training or a legal aid clinic, you will need off-road cars. Sometimes you will need bigger teams for security. When we do our online work, it's just a panel. It's just maybe me and a few interviewees, so that's quite easy. But when you have to go into the interior, then you need bigger teams because you need interpreters. You might, sometimes they take a whole day, you have to sleep over. So I would still say, as he said, that in that aspect, we spend a lot of resources. And then we also struggle with audiovisual equipment. As you've seen some of our trainings, we have to actually do drawings for people. So because we don't have audiovisual equipment that is able to interpret what we're trying to say into a form that is memorable for our audience who do not have an opportunity to probably listen to the news every day and have a refresher of legal developments. So we struggle in that aspect as well. And now language barrier. As you move further and further from the villages, from the towns, you meet less and less people who speak English and then less people who speak Swahili. So for our trainings that are in the interior places, we constantly struggle with language barrier.
All right, thank you. And in your work, you have had to do some unique work with regards to your culture, I would say. And the unique, we all look at the Maasai and the people from these parts of the country as, when you talk about Kenyan, you appear with your Maasai shuka, or something beaded. I just, we would like to hear more about that and the work that you have done in relation to that.
All right. Okay. So now the Kajiado area being predominantly occupied by the Maasai community, there's certain legal issues that are unique to Kajiado or to the pastoralist communities compared to other parts of the country. Some of them are, I mean, this is always in the news, but we still struggle with FGM issues. We struggle with defilement, because again, as I would tell you, in our culture, we don't acknowledge that a girl becomes a woman when she turns 18. So we still have a culture that looks at a 13-year-old or a 14-year-old as a potential wife. So we struggle with early marriages. We struggle with succession, because generally pastoralist communities have an honor system. And even as the bishop is trying to explain, part of the reason why AJS takes up the traditional systems that are already existent is because those traditional systems are actually dispute avoidant more than they dispute resolve. So in such a system, they don't believe so much in processes. They believe, but I know, but I recognize. And you see, Kajiado is right next to Nairobi. So even property ownership systems are changing. So the unique challenges that we have is that, especially now for conveyancing processes, there's still a group of people who want to believe in the owner system. Why do you need to transfer? Why do I need to go through succession before I pass the title to you? So there's still that area and those are unique challenges to our people.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sian. Now I will move to Sam. Sam, you have just spoken to us, and I think you pretty much, elaborated on most of your work, but I know you have around, is it 98 mediators who go out there? Talk to us about that aspect of sustainability. How do you, deal with this? How do you manage the work you do? What is your experience with that?
Thanks so much. I think our mediators, we don't send them from the center to go and work. They work where they are coming from. I said when they're coming from that village, our work is just to make awareness of the people to know that they exist there. The way we are seated here, maybe your relative, your parent, or your mother was a professional in a way, but can do mediation even without that training. If you get your mom, then we connect with your mom. What we do, that apart from our regular people who are some trained, then we make this like through radio station, that where you come from, Mama so-and-so can help you there, or retired judge is there, or a land surveyor is there who can help you from where you come from. So we don't really send them. But now we connect with them very closely, like something like some training they need, we walk along with, we call them for that kind of awareness. Another experience that I will not forget to share is about accelerated diminishing resources. This is a word from the lawyers called the ADR. I mean, lawyers believe that ADR is interfering with their fees, which we realize now changing drastically, because most of our lawyers are now becoming mediators. I had some here. Those who have not been trained are yearning to join us, which is a positive thing. We also face challenge of resources. As you know, we have to move and sometimes sit in those sessions and try to see whether it is still working. But now, because of those resources, it gives us a challenge. You also asked about sustainability. Your mom retired there and will remain there. Our work is just to trigger this process, and we hope by 10 years, we'll be out, but the process continues. So we are highly sustainable. Like when we are supported just for 5 or 10 years, we'll get out, the thing continues. It's community owned, because now I know some come from Korando village. and that Korando village will remain there. I'm there. So,
All right.
okay.
Yes,
Another aspect that I would wish to bring is about, are we loved? Yes, we are highly loved. The radio station we attend call us on a demand that our people we serve really want you to talk to them again. That's an indicator to us that people need us. What we need, more radio station. Aki FM, don't forget about us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. You know, for all these participants who are seated here in one, at different points, I and the team interacted with them. And one of, when we got to Mombasa and we visited MEWA, that is the Muslim Education and Welfare Association, it is, and that is what for me I found a very interesting factor, that it is a rehabilitation center, but in this rehabilitation center, they have a paralegal department. And the paralegal department is focused on dealing with the legal aspects of these people, that they are, drug addicts who are suffering. They look at it, this is a problem. You're not just a mere offender if you're found doing something wrong, but you have a problem that needs to be resolved. And so they have taken up a lot of legal issues. And Diana, when in the work that you have been doing, kwa ile kazi ambayo umekuwa ukifanya pale MEWA, nilifurahi kuona hiyo ofisi yenu ya paralegal na ile kazi ambayo mnafanya. Unaweza tuelezea leo zile, sababu mnaishi na waraibu na watu mmetoa kule kwa yale maeneo, na mkija na mkiishi nao kuna changamoto mingi sana mnazopitia, lakini kwa kifupi unaweza tueleza changamoto zile nyinyi kama MEWA mnapitia katika kuwasaidia hawa watu. Tueleze kidogo kuhusu hayo.
Zile changamoto ambazo watu napitia ni kule zile violence zenye huwa wanapata. Huwa wanapata violence kama physical, hizo verbal abuse, harassment, hizo zote, economic violence, kwa sababu huwa hata wakifanya kazi, kwa sababu community inajua huyu ni mraibu, basi wanachukulia ile kwamba huyu hafai na huyu hana haki yoyote. Sasa mtu anaenda kumfanyia kazi kama ya kufua, alafu mtu hataki kumlipa ile pesa yake yenye amefanyia kazi. So tukifuatilizia kwa upande wa violence, ukienda polisi, kuna ile P3 huwa inajazwa. So P3 huwa ni pesa kwetu. Kama Mombasa huwa inakuwa charge 1,500 at Coast General. Upande wa Kilifi huwa naona ni 1,000. So hizo ni changamoto ambazo huwa tunapata. Alafu kuna kupigwa, kule kupigwa kwa ameumizwa. Sasa pale kuna hospitali, lakini kuna tunahudumia minor injuries pale. Sasa unapata mtu ameumizwa kabisa, pengine umempata maeneo, so kwenda naye hospitali huwa kuna charges. Imagine wewe ni community, yani wewe ni wa chini tu kama mimi ni wa chini, siko juu. So unapata ile pesa yako ya mfukoni ile kidogo umeenda nayo, inabidi sasa unajitolea kumlipia huyu mlengwa. Vile vile pia kwa upande wa emotional disturb, juu sasa ukiona vile pengine amepigwa, hata kwa mfano kulikuwa na demu mwingine msichana alikuwa ni mama na watoto wawili hivi. Sasa
aliingia kwa nyumba tu ya mtu, na hiyo area anajulikana tu na hao raia. Lakini hiyo siku alivyoingia alikuwa na mwenzake tu. Kuingia sisi hatushauri kwamba waibe, unaona. Lakini sasa kuna vile ambavyo huwa wana suffer a lot. Sasa huwa yani amekosa kabisa ile namna, hana namna yoyote kabisa. Sasa ndo anaiba. So alivyoiba kule kupigwa, tukaitwa hapo. Nilikuwa tu napita nikamuona huyo msichana, huwa tuko naye tu maeneo haki, alikuwa tu ashakufa huyo dem, alipigwa, yani kupigwa. Sasa hapo wajua, mimi nilifika tu tayari, polisi wako hapo vile. Sasa unaona huyu mtu ambao unamjua kabisa, so unakuwa stress. Lakini uzuri pale huwa tuna counselors, sasa huwa tuna share. Pia kiupande mwingine hawa watu ni watu ambao hawana IDs. Wengi wao wenye tumewapata maeneo hawana hizo vitambulisho vya Kenya, na unajua kwamba hapa bila kitambulisho huwa kwa upande wa sheria hiyo tayari huwa unachukuliwa kama wewe si Mkenya. Sasa unapata kuna kushikwa ovyo ovyo, unapata pia hana akienda hospitali kuna zile charges zenye huwa pengine NHF, kama kwa mfano juzi hivi tu mwezi wa 7 kule Mombasa ilikuwa watu wote wanafunguliwa gavana amesema kwamba waraibu wote wafunguliwe NHF. Hata unapata hawana vitambulisho. Haya, hiyo inakutatiza akili. Unapata pia sasa linda mama ni mpaka kitambulisho, unaona. Sasa kufuatilizia zile documents, pengine uende kwa family, huwa tunafanya family integration. Unapata ukienda mtu hata hujafika hapo, kwa mfano ni mzazi ama ndugu, anakuambia hapo rudi na huyu mtu, unaona.
Sawa. Na ninadhani tumekusikia na tumeweza kuelewa hizo changamoto zile mnazopitia kama wale watu mnafanya kazi na MEWA, na asanti sana kwa kutuel
bado hatujapata, so kuna challenges kupata lawyers, unaona. So hiyo ni changamoto ambayo pia tuko nayo, na huwa tunatumia, tukienda kwa court tunatumia professional pro bono lawyers, ndio wanatusaidia sana kwa sana.
Asante sana. Asante kwa hayo maelezo, and I think we are all following. So we will move to our final panelist, Josephine. Josephine, you work with Dear Hub and mainly deal with, a lot of mediation, arbitration, and you've talked to us about it. The question of your sustainability vision, where is it that you're headed? Where do you see yourselves? And then after this, we will begin taking questions. Like I said, we will only take 5 either questions or comment or inputs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. I think I can slightly piggyback off of what Sam has said, because what he and we do is actually very similar. The main aspect is to try and bridge a gap between the mediators and the clients themselves. Majority of us in this room who are mediators, Mangerere is our father. But the problem is, once you get trained at your MTI or your CRB or your other institution, you're not told, okay, how do you, one, market yourself to clients? How do you even get cases? So for example, what we do is we put out Facebook ads on social media. We have a lot of referrals from the people that you've already helped, as well as working clients. And the best thing with having a sort of legal background is there are sometimes when you'll be consulted for something legal that you'll know definitely this one with a mediation, it can be solved. So for example, now that we have 138 mediators under us who are across the board in terms of every type of mediation available, if we get a case, you push it to them. Of course, you monitor the situation, because it's also very touchy when you're dealing with clients. You need to also take care of them so that you don't have a professional who's not doing the right thing. So in terms of sustainability, my main issue would actually be the matter of civic education. People do not know mediation is a thing. I'm very happy that judiciary actually started fronting that as an AD in 2020, but even now we need it more than ever. We're having cases that have been there from before we were born. Even until now, there are cases that can be solved if you identify the interest and don't run immediately to court. We are doing the most we can, but then there was always going to be room for improvement. There's always going to be something else to do. So in terms of vision, we're hoping that our services will stretch towards the country. Yes, instead of just localizing on the 4 or 5 counties that we've managed to get partnership in, the more the partnership, the better, so that you can attain at least a society that knows full well you don't have to go to court. You do not have to resort to litigation. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, back to you, our audience. I want us to hear, and yes, here comes Ruth, her time has come. I want us to get comments, input, questions, anything specific you have to ask the team, or any comment or input in your views about the work they are doing. This is your time. Let's get hands up. We'll move very quickly. Yes, the gentleman from Mackenzie Advocates. You will tell us your name. Yes.
My name is Mamati Chebosi, Mackenzie Advocates. Thank you. My question goes to Cyril Law. You did mention that you do work along the grassroots level in, especially, I think it was Oloitoktok. And one of the biggest things that you do focus on is bridging the gap between culture and the law. One of the examples that you gave is the fact that our cultures have existed for more than 1,000 years. And therefore, the existence of laws that have come in maybe 5-10 years ago will not necessarily change us. How are you working towards bridging this gap? And if possible, you could give some examples. Thank you.
Okay, you're putting words into my mouth. I did not say that the laws will not change us. I just said that we'll not expect those communities to make a sudden turnaround. Yeah, so in our work, we don't just do trainings. We encourage more conversations. And now when we go on the ground, before we get there, because we liaise with people from those communities way before we come. We ask them to tell the people what these trainings are about, what their issues are. So way before we get there, we know what the issues are. We also ask them to get us mixed crowds. For example, we are pushing for more men to sit in these barazas, because as you can see, Kajiado is it's not just among the Maasai, it's not just pastoralist, it's also quite patriarchal. So if you had a room full of women, even if they agreed with you, there will be very little change in that society. So what we do is that we ensure, first of all, that we have conversations, and then we make sure that they understand, okay, this is what you've done over the years, but this is what the law says, and this is the rationale. If this girl is married at the age of 13, she's going to drop out of school. She's not going to be able to become like me, who came here driving my own car. She's going to probably have fistula when she has her children, and you don't just present the law as this bully who says, I'm here, and if you don't do what I say, I'm gonna take you. It's conversational, because that is the only way to change our societies in the long run.
Thank you very much. Let's take the second question or comment or input by show of hand. Yes, Christian.
We also know that the cultures that existed, that the traditional dispute resolution mechanisms that are there, and they also have a role to play and may also be applicable outside of just, or inside also mediation, and that knowledge of the culture is important. So if an individual wanted to
find people who have that knowledge, maybe the chiefs and the headmen, and to educate them. Is that plausible? Is that plausible now?
This question has come to all the members, but maybe just very briefly, let's take from the Reverend very briefly. Let's hear, and then we move on.
Thank you. It is possible. From my presentation, you saw a clip whereby I was addressing the deputy county commissioners, the entire county. They all came together. Reason being, when you begin with the higher hierarchy, your work at the grassroots becomes easy. Because if you go out to say you are solving conflicts, the chief does not know you. They will think actually you have come to overtake what they do. You remember chiefs play a very important role. So we have begun from the higher hierarchy, coming down, saying that we are here to work as a team. The last presentation you saw, we were having a capacity building for all the chiefs in one particular sub-county. Now that is a plus. From the chiefs, then we go to the elders of the village and bring all religious leaders together. Then now this work would become very easy. So it is possible, but it needs a lot of resources, and then the work will be so easy even for an organization that is doing this work. Thank you.
I thank you, Reverend. I think because that question, I think Reverend has sufficiently answered it, and I think he speaks for all panelists when he answers that question. I think even for anyone in here who would be, willing to extend that kind of assistance and, training and education, once you're in touch with Barefoot Law, you'll be able to, be guided appropriately. We are very short of time. I want us to go to the next question. Let's take a third question. Yes.
My name is Annette, and my question is specifically to Karen. Of course, you clearly articulated the concept of table banking and why it's your current focus at the moment. But I would love to understand, in the long term, how do you foresee table banking facilitating access to justice in the long term? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. When we were not able to present the whole presentation, I hope and I believe you could be able to access it from Barefoot so that you can see all the other things that we do. We don't only do table banking, and I also talked about the issues that lead us to doing that table banking. We talked about table banking because that is the innovation that has brought us here. Specifically, but we do so many other things. We do so many other rescues and referrals on human rights violation. For us to be able to see table banking assisting, we talked about the champions that we have trained on issues of human rights and also being able to assist in violation. I just want to give an example. For example, if we get a case of defilement, the way we normally do follow-ups, there before, we were not able to follow up properly because we did not have proper documentation, proper presentation of preservation of evidence, and even that timeline of 72 hours. But right now, because we have the women champions that we have already trained at the grassroots level, I am told there is a child here who have been defined. I link up with the woman there. Then this woman is very fast moves, rescues this child, goes to the processes of she talked about referral pathway, the referral pathway of the defilement cases, the police station, the hospital, making sure the preservation of evidence. And that is how we are able to very fast preserve evidence and also rescue this child and take them through the psychosocial support. And that is how we are looking forward. We're also looking forward the economic and violence. We have the economic empowerment thematic area among the 6 that we are doing, and that is where the table banking comes in. We are looking in future. We are looking forward to making it at a village bank where every other person in the village can access economic development, so that we are able to bring money into that village to make it secure for all our women and children. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, for that. And Annette, thank you for that question. We will take our okay. I am advised that we will not take our final question. However, Trudy, I have one question for Morris. And this question I direct to him because he has dealt with AJS. AJS, from my understanding, well, at the level of the task force is not funded, but because this is an innovation of the judiciary and that has been brought to our people and to the courts, how is it, what is the vision of its sustainability involving, the financial aspect of it? I have interacted with a lot of these mediators, and they say, or the participants, we are not paid, we don't make money out of it. How does the judiciary see it being sustained?
Let me stand here for the cameras, friends. One more time. Let me tell you this. For particularly AJS, the approach is, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. We are saying that what Kenyans did under the Constitution is to recognize that there were alternative ways of resolving disputes. We have not created something new. And the duty is to promote, preserve, and transform that which exists. And transformation is not creating something new. It is recognizing that what may have worked in 1940 may not work today. And that the concept remains, but the nuances change, and the people who are now practicing alternative justice change. For example, when you talk about elders, you're looking at people who could sit under a tree. They are hard to be of a particular age. Now, what are we saying? That an elder does not have to be necessarily somebody who is old. You don't necessarily somebody who is old. I hope that this is not the apocalypse. It doesn't have to be somebody who is necessarily old. You have to engender the youth. You have to incorporate women. You cannot lock out, facets of the community. Those are the nuances that then we are introducing. And the way it operated is that it was self-sustaining. Like when I have a dispute regarding my land, I'm an advocate. When the elders come on the ground, there is something they call uji or porridge. And that is what every party gives. Now, we have cautioned ourselves against paying this, because the moment you begin to pay, that it becomes a vocation. Now, this is a critical danger, because people who do not have it in their hearts then begin to look for a job. And when people are looking for a job for the purposes of survival, you get everybody. It's a very wide door. And everybody, even those things the Bible calls a fox in a sheep's skin. And they will come and they will tell you, we love alternative justice. But there is kasamu. There is kasamu coming out of it. So I understand the plight these people go through, and we have relied a lot on organizations, and like LRF has supported in very many places. You have to facilitate these people because they will not get money out of their pockets, particularly where they have to come and sit. So that facilitation is permitted, but we are looking at a situation where you don't call it payment. You don't set, when the government recently said that they were going to pay village elders, what I heard AJS practitioners in a number of places say is, why can't you lobby for us to also be paid? So this is the danger. It's a balancing act. Don't get people run dry because they are doing this work, but don't make it a vocation where people are now earning. It is not funded, and particularly for what we do, we rely on partners. We raise money, we do a lot of things relying on partners, and money is there. And I want to tell you this, money is there, But in the fullness of time, and particularly for the judiciary, I'm not speaking for the judiciary, but I know this. Now we have the judiciary fund in place. It will be possible for a lot of things to be funded, even for mediation led by Judge Fred Ocheng, which we say is funded. You know, you can only get funding 4 times in a year. The things that we have to do are so many that if you only get funding 4 times in a year, and it is not anything that can make a sad man smile, you can't go very far. So we have a problem of funding, but the rule of the thumb is work with what you have so that you deliver results. And as people begin to see the output, they will begin to believe in your vision and support it by putting in funds. But you don't begin by saying, oh, give us money so that we can do this. If people don't love your output, they will not give money.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maurice. And I think that brings us to the conclusion of our panel and plenary, discussion. I want to thank you all for coming and for making the time. Let us appreciate them. Thank you. Now I will hand over the program to Ruth, who will take it on with Trudy. Thank you.
John, you said what were you going to give to me? Hand over what? Okay, not money. Okay, that's fine. All right, I want to appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen, that you're still here. Please be with us. It's getting even more interesting. So can I have my presentation up here? My role to you is very easy. I'm just going to share with you how this was done and the results. Yeah? Okay, as they put it up, I have a story to tell you. I have a story for you. So there were these 2 lawyers. There were these 2 lawyers who are walking in the park. There's a park nearby in Nairobi, right? Yeah, they're walking in the park. And as they were walking, a lion, like they spotted a lion coming towards them. Okay? So the first lawyer immediately opens his bag, pulls out a pair of sneakers and puts them on. So the second lawyer looks at him and says, "You're crazy. You'll never be able to outrun that lion." Do you know what the first lawyer said? He said, "I don't have to. I only have to outrun you." So you can imagine thereafter what exactly happened. Yeah? All right, so my role for you today is to tell you who outran the other. Of course not. First, okay? So as we all are aware, we have this project. The project title is Approaches and Innovations in the Provision of Legal Services in Uganda and Kenya and Malawi. So we are interested in innovations in legal, in accessing justice in the 3 countries. So among the methods that we used, please note it's among the methods, we had 3 main methods. We have key informant interviews, we have a survey, and then we are doing the crowdsourcing. So this afternoon is the crowdsourcing. So we ran a crowdsourcing event from May to June, right? Yeah. And then the team, for you to do the crowdsourcing event, you have to define the innovation, you have to define the challenge. Yeah? What is the challenge that you're putting out there? We designed communication around it, and then we also figured out the promotion strategies and had the challenge published. So we advertised this challenge on the Barefoot media outlets. We used the organization website, we used Facebook, we used WhatsApp. So how many people saw this challenge on BFL website? BFL website, only 3 guys, okay. How many people saw this challenge on Facebook, BFL? All right. How many saw the challenge on WhatsApp? You guys don't use WhatsApp, okay, all right. And then we also had the advert run on partner websites. How many saw it outside of BFL, a website outside of BFL? Okay, they're not here. Then finally, we also ran adverts. With what? With Radio Haki. How many had the advert? Okay, 1. All right, next. All right, so at the end of the advert period, a total of 50 submissions were received, and the submissions were from individuals based in the 4 counties. I'm hoping Kagiado, okay, we received 7 of them, contributing what percentage to the total? 14. And then we had submissions from Kisumu. How many? What was the percentage? 38. And then Kitui, we have only 7, contributing what is the proportion? 14. And then Mombasa, 16, contributed 32%. I want to ask you, even before I continue, how come we received more submissions from where? Kisumu. Is Kisumu more vibrant than Kitui? They're what? It's all vibrant. Kitui is vibrant. Kitui is more vibrant. Okay. All right. Let's continue. So how did we select the outstanding innovations? We remember how many submissions did you receive? There were 50. So how were we able to sieve out? So we had a team that scored all the submissions. It was made up of 5 people, and the 5 people were experts. The first one was the lead researcher. Then the second group of people were experts, people who are experts in legal matters, people who are experts in community engagement, people who are experts in M&E, and then communications. Why do you think that we did not just engage legal people? Why? How come we put in M&E people? Why? Because, yes, ma'am. Exactly. We had to understand different minds. For example, one of the, Trudy is very good with communications, and she also relates very well to solutions that are affecting women. So Trudy would be bound to kind of feel better, give, more scoring to such related. And we had to figure out a way to remove those kinds of biases by putting the different expertise. I hope it is clear. So it's not just one person, lead researcher, feeling like this deserves more, and then it's the opinion of the one person goes through. Clear, right? Continue. All right, so we have a clear evaluation criteria for each of the innovations. We looked at innovativeness, and innovativeness, we are talking about what? Creativity and conventional new approach to status quo in improving access to justice. And then the third element was affordability. Was your solution affordable, right? Is it cost effective compared to alternative that already exists? And then we talked about, we used effectiveness, and here we are looking to see if the solution does the work that it is intended to do. It is one thing to say, I do this. It's another to actually see that it does it. Yeah, I hope it is clear. So please, all of us who submitted, those are the criteria used. So don't think. We were saying, since I am a lady, I'm more likely to pick. Yeah, okay. So the fourth one was scalability. We assessed and figured out, is this solution replicated? Can it be replicated? Is it applicable outside of where it is done? And then finally, sustainable. Do you know why we care about sustainability? Yes, because if an innovation is very good, but you can't scale it, you can't sustain it, then it's kind of a waste of resources. Clear? Okay, next. All right, so out of the 50, you can imagine the work that these people had. Out of the 50, the team was able to sieve out 15 submissions that scored the highest. Okay, so after the 15 submissions, now we needed to bring the number down. Okay, so what did we do? From the 15, we put up a team to verify the existence of those things. You know, in Uganda, we have what we call briefcase lawyers or companies, whatever it is. What do you call it here in Kenya? like someone says they're there, but they're not there. We don't want to be shocked that Nalo said Nalo exists. Kumbe Nalo has never been anywhere. Okay, so we've put up a team to verify that what was submitted actually exists. Not just that, we also figured out we had to assess and see the validity of the innovations. For example, did what you write, what you wrote, is it actually what you're doing? Okay, it's one thing to write, you still have this idea, then you put it on paper that it's going on. Kumbe the thing has never started. Okay, and also even on that team, we're able to sieve out. For example, we got funny submissions like, I'm helping young people do soap. It has no connection to access to justice. So all those things were sieved. I hope it is clear. Okay, and then of course from the 15, okay, we had finally how many submissions? Six submissions. 6 submissions were put for public voting. Why do you think we did public voting? Here now you're seeing my answers. But don't read. Why do you think we did public voting? Yes, ma'am. Trudy, no. You can't be answering. Why? No, you're barefoot. No. Why do you think we did public voting? You guys should know. You're lawyers. No reading. Yes, sir. Public participation. Do you know why I've seen you have read? Because you're using the exact words on the PowerPoint. Any other attribute? No. Yes. Where else do you think? Yes, ma'am. It's really not to tell people about barefoot, to tell people about you guys. Yes. Exactly. Exposing you people. It's not about, today is not about barefoot. This one is about GS. This is about, what's your organization? Dispute Hub, Siro, okay? So we also wanted you guys to be exposed. Mr. Okum, or Oma, what is the name of your Kisumu? Okay, so you wanted people to get to know. Yes, Joanne? The what? All right, the plan. The problems that the communities are facing. Since Joanne has answered, I didn't expect Joanne to answer because you see Joanne here, but she's a part of us this one. So since Joanne has decided to answer, yes, Trudy.
Since you've given me an opportunity, I'll even use a mic. I think we also really wanted Kenyans to own the process so that it's their story and they have participation in choosing who gets to win and which innovation, gets to be recognized. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Reverend. Thanks, Rudy. Thank you, Reverend. The common element between you, Reverend, and our keynote speaker is the ability to see so far. Yes. One of the reasons that we did this is to enable future what? Networking. And I'm believing it's working, right? All right. So that will give us the opportunity for growth. Okay. So how did the voting go? Online voting was done in 3 media platforms. Which one and which one? Twitter, Facebook, SMS. How many people voted here? First of all, let me just get. How many people here voted? Guys, be truthful. How many? Okay, let's raise up a hand. How many people voted? Hey, okay. But let me tell you about voting. In Kenya, we had, not in Kenya,
in Uganda, we had a good number of votes, okay? The people who voted. But now when it came to Kenya, you guys doubled the numbers that we had seen in Uganda. And when I said how many people voted here, it's like, you guys did vote, but I know you voted. I know you did. So we voted through Twitter, we voted through Facebook, and then SMS. Yes, ma'am. Now, because it's now run in Kenya, we even had to provide more innovation for you to vote. At least you say, this option wasn't there. Okay. And also to let you know that we got Kenyans to be part of this process. The evaluation was not just done by Barefoot, but it was done by Barefoot and a number of Kenyans. Okay. So the voting ran from 24th July to 7th of August. Okay, after the votes from all those four, this one that I missed using the link, we got all those votes, aggregated them together, and came up with winners. And also note, for Barefoot is very mathematical. You see them, they are lawyers, but they also get us who understand the numbers. So we made sure that we removed, if who do I get? A student from Strathmore, right? If you voted 3 times, we could see. So we removed all the other 3 or 2, that those duplicate votes, we removed them. We only counted unique. I hope it is clear. So don't think that, oh, these guys over blew their horns. We had duplicates. We removed them. Clear. Okay. So we removed double, triple voting. There are even 5, 10 votes, those ones, just no. Okay. So we came up with the winners. They're not winners. We came up with 3 innovations that we said we are going to award this afternoon. Okay. Can you at least clap for the process that happened? And Mr. Kimudi, I'm happy this afternoon to present to you who the winners are. But before I do that, I'm going to invite three important people here to do the reveal. It's called reveal of our winners. So I'm going to ask Kwizera, Michael, please come in front. I'm going to ask our LSK representative, sir, please come in front. And I'm going to invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Kimudi. Please take your place. Stand. And like our keynote speaker says, make sure the camera captures you. Okay. And because all these people are gentlemen. But anyway, the people who have run the workshop are ladies, so let the gentlemen be. And there were quite a number of ladies who are presenting. I can see the room is quiet, but it's okay. Let's breathe. If you go with the award, be happy. If you don't go, you at least there's something that be happy for me who is going to go with the award. All right. Are we supposed to have a drum roll? Let's do the drum roll. How is it coming? Are we using? Yes. So I'm going to ask one person. I'm going to ask Michael to reveal his placard. Please reveal. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Coco, please come. Welcome with me, and let's be happy for Kisumu Mediation Center. Yeah, 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 yeah. Please take up the podium. Okay. Does he get to stay there such that we take that? Please don't leave that. How do you feel before I go to, how do you feel, Sam? You feel good? All right. All right. Drum roll, like you guys are good at drum roll. Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. Da, da, da. Please, Mr. Kimoli, reveal. Dispute resolution hub. Whoa. Yeah. Continue that drum roll. Da, 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 da. Oh, that is very interesting. Really interesting. Now, yeah, it's really beautiful. I was going to say, remember me, but I'll not say it. Then finally, drum roll again, but now a longer drum roll. Boom, 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 boom. I'm going to ask our representative, LSK, please reveal. Nyado. Woo. Nyado Social Justice Center. Did you fall down? Did you just fall? Can you go with her? Our beneficiary, can you go with her? I hope you don't fall. Oh, okay. All right. But now you need to pose for the camera properly. Exactly. Please, let's take up the right. Well done, Nyado Social Justice Center. Well done. Well done, Dispute Resolution Hub. Don't go. We want to take pictures with you. Well done, Kisumu Mediation Center. As we take the pictures, Trudy, allow me to give a few. I'm going to give you 1 minute. Please don't give stories. You've already given stories. Yeah, 1 minute, 30 seconds to say something. Yeah, and then you hand over.
Yeah, thank you so much. Humbled. When just before on 19th of this month, we were expecting 3 days of demonstration called by the opposition leader, whereby our country was supposed to demonstrate against high cost of living. Because of the work we are doing, the work of following up cases, gender-based violence, making sure that our women and children are getting justice. We have locked out the cases of being compromised at the police stations, and the police do not like us. So during demonstration that Wednesday, some canisters, tear gas canisters, were held into our justice center, and it was burnt to ashes. We do not have a justice center today. And we were saying, if we are going to get this money, we are going to use the money to start rebuilding our center so that the women and children who have been coming to our center to get justice will be able to locate us. Right now, we are working over the funds. We are glad, we are humbled that now we can start the rebuilding of our center. Thank you so much.
Hi. I can't compete with a story like that, surely. If I'm being honest, after the videos were uploaded, I watched all of them, and I was convinced that we did not stand a chance because of the amazing stories that people have. But this has given me so much faith that we are not doing nothing. Yeah, that we actually are doing something that counts and that matters. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Barefoot Law, for this opportunity to get us known. We are known beyond the way we are used to be known. We are very happy. This is not for Kisumu Mediation Center, for the My Network groups, for the Kisumu local groups. Everyone who voted for us, it is not ours, it is yours. Thanks so much.
Just like to thank.
Actually, please call. Have you finished it is important we take pics. Have you finished the pics? And you know, if Trudy doesn't take these pics, she'll fire me. And I don't want to leave barefoot for now. Okay. All right, please come. Please clap for these guys for all that they have done. For the other 3 innovators who did not get the highest votes, we are with you. There's always an opportunity. Don't be deceived that it ends here. It doesn't end here. Today it is Miado. Tomorrow it will be another person. Yeah, let's all take heart. It is also important that this also opens doors for the networking. Okay, did I mention that this work is funded by Charles Mott Stewart? Please, I don't want, funders, I don't want to just say things just like that. Can I invite Ma'am, please come and give us the exact wording such that all of you note it. The
Charles Stewart Mott Foundation.
Charles Stewart Mott Foundation is the main funder for this work, and everyone who participated, you also enter in their databases for innovations. So this is not just the end of this thing, this is the start for this thing. I was tempted to say amen. Amen. I'll respond to myself. Finally, we are going to do 3 things. The first one, we are going to get a vote of thanks from a representative from Barefoot Law, and then we'll also have our keynote speaker to close this discussion for just this part, and then we are all invited to go for lunch, and from lunch we will continue the networking thereafter. Okay, so please welcome with me Michael. Mr. Kwizera, please come and give a vote of thanks to all our participants.
Thank you very much, Ruth, for this amazing job. And by the way, this is a direct Barefoot Law message. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Gertrude, and thank you, Shivan, for an amazing job the whole day. This one is internal housekeeping. Thank you very much. But most importantly, thank you all for your time. Thank you for the innovators who responded to the call. Thank you everyone who has sent in their votes, their comments, their participation. Truly, thank you everyone who participated across Kenya, because this was yours. This was owned by you. It was a competition that has brought different kind of innovations from what we've seen in Uganda. I've been able to see what is in Uganda and what is here. I'm looking forward to what we're going to see in Malawi coming months. And overall, we suspect that there is a creeping grassroots movement of justice actors who just need to be amplified. And I think we hope that this was a platform to start that conversation. So thank you. And we look forward to hearing from you what lessons you've learned and where we can continue to network. Thank you, and I am very hungry, so I'm looking forward to that lunch.
Okay, she has the vouchers. All right. Finally, we said we are going to invite Mr. Morris to give closing remarks. But after that, I want to invite the Reverend to bless us. Even after the I expect a blessing. You will bless us after, and then we'll go for what? For the food. Okay.
Thank you very much. Friends, allow me to, I'm told to recognize that we have somebody we didn't have in the morning from the National Land Commission, Kajiado County Coordinator for the National Land Commission, Madam Saida Mohammed. Saida, just come here and hug me. I know. Kuja usalimie.
Good afternoon.
Very sorry, I'm late. I had another meeting in Kajiado. I've just come from Kajiado, but you know the jam here. I used the expressway, but from the expressway to here was another nightmare. But I'm happy to have at least found you here. I was coming to support my team. Sorry. AJS Kajiado. Cosmopolitan. Yeah, so I'm really happy to be here, though I have not had time to hear what was going on, but I'm still happy that I'm here. I'll be briefed by our key here.
Thank you very much, Saida, and thank you for giving me a hug. It has been extremely difficult for me to extract a hug from Saida the many years I've known her. And she tells me, you know, I'm a married woman and you're a married woman, Maurice. And I keep telling her, let religion not stand between the two of us. But at least today I've succeeded. Thank you very much, Saida. And thank you very much for the great work you're doing in Kajiado. You didn't make it to the top 3. In fact, I'm also surprised, Reverend, that we didn't make it to the top 3, you know. You know, the kind of work we have done in Kajiado. But the fact that you made it here and you were recognized, you know, it's called a mention of honor. And you should take the report back that the man who came to give the keynote address said that Kajiado was actually the best. And because let's face it, everybody who came here came because there is something fundamental you're doing. And we have all listened to the presentations you have made, and there is none of you who is a joyrider. You've done fundamental things, and for those who have gotten the check for $1,000 US, you need to do more. I always believe, and I was taught from a very early age, that you are as good as your last output. So if you relax, lo and behold, you will not be recognized in future. So friends, thank you very much. Who was supposed to declare this one closed? So the powers given to me, I now officially declare this workshop closed. Please stand up and clap for me. And continue standing until Reverend blesses us with a word of prayer. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, friends. May God bless you.
Wow. I've been asked to close this with a word of prayer. Permit me also to say that those colleagues, let's have that network we benchmark, learn from each other. And finally, the check that you have received, make sure you pay a tithe. And I'm the bishop in the house. So you see, I've won. Council, I've won. So those are the 3 checks, isn't it? Please take my number. Take my number quickly. I'll give you the card. So you'll pay the tithe to the bishop. Yes. Ah, wonderful one. But we really want to appreciate you. It's also good to be appreciated. We honor you, we treasure you. This is the beginning of great things. Nobody won, nobody lost. We are all colleagues. There is a time coming. And if there is more money, consider also reaching out to others. Can I ask a question as I pray? Is there facilitation, transport going back home, yes or no? Ah, wonderful. So wapigie makofi. Yeah. Our loving Heavenly Father, maker of heaven and earth, we do want to thank you very sincerely because of your love and mercy that endured forever. Each one of us, we've been praying for peace in this region. Today, Lord, we are comfortably seated here because there is peace within the environment. We thank you for the organizers of this great workshop. May you bless them. May you bless all our development partners, oh God. May you bless the foundation. May you bless Perfect, oh God, Lord, as they walk around the crop. And every institution presented here, may we go with the peace of God that surpasses all human understanding. May you bless the work of our hands. Father, as we part now, we also want to thank you for the lunch that has been prepared. We receive it in advance with thanksgiving, even as we pray and ask your blessings in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit without giving. Amen. Amen. The Lord do you well.
Please note, we really need you, ladies and gentlemen, to register. Please do not leave before you register. It is important that we account. Yeah, Shivan is going to please make sure that you register. Regarding, yeah, I'm going to, you know, my role here is to do research, so I don't know. I'm going to find out. So while you're eating, we will let you know, but it's probably not there. It's probably not there. Don't put your expectations high. Don't be disappointed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after you've registered, lunch is served where Trudy. Please let us know downstairs. Okay, you need the coupon to really have the lunch. Thank you.